we are not back. Oh, there we go. Now we are back, I hope so. Alright, yeah, refresh, everybody. Okay, so, what did you miss? I finished the Terra scenario,
cool.
so...
And it looks like with that, we are back. Thanks for hanging and sticking around, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. So I finished the Terra scenario. You don't miss anything. I just got a bunch of encounters and I used smoke bombs all the time, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So I stopped here really quick because the scenario was over after that. So we go into the lock scenario now. So timer resume, and let's do the lock scenario. So as I said, I just was running through the cave, and I just run away every encounter I got, and that's it pretty much. So and I don't know if you catch that still, because the disconnect. As I said, we have to do this scenario full-fledged, because clipping through the soldier here at the very beginning is considered a glitch. And this is considered glitchless, and the clip through... Oh, I got the Guardian, nice. So the clipping through the soldier is considered as a glitch, and we're not gonna do that, so... But even doing the scenario, like getting the full scenario experience here is... it's not that long, it's a little bit longer than the Terra scenario. But in general, like, if you know where to go here, like this entire scenario is basically a big stealth section. So the town here is run over by the Empire and controlled, because they think maybe Terra could be here. And yeah, Locke is looking what it can do here basically. And right now I stole from a merchant. So now Locke looks like a merchant here. And we do a couple things here, like picked up the cider, which is probably some alcohol, but because of censorship they title it cider, I guess. And now we give this cider to the old man, and he's like, "Oh, you bring me my cider," and he immediately drinks it. So he tells us there's a secret passage here we're gonna use. You need to tell a password, which is always the same, so you just can remember that, and you don't need to figure it out then. Okay, and this game has elixirs and clocks. Whatever reason, so I'm gonna grab a lot of elixirs from clocks all around the game.
That's why I keep my elixirs.
Okay, we have the seller's name coming up, by the way.
Seller's is going to be Margie with a capital M. Margie is actually running a little bit different Final Fantasy VI run later in the marathon.
So yeah, Margie, or Celes originally, she's also one of the generals from the Empire. But, yeah, she desertated, I hope that's the word, at least it's in German, I have no idea if it's also the word in English. So she don't wanna be in control anymore for the cruelty of the Empire. So they captured her, and well, now we're gonna free her, and she joins the Returner. And in Glitchless, Celes is our main character, I would say. I mean, later in the World of Ruin, she is our main first character we're gonna get, and in general, she is also our main damage, and
Yeah.
for Kefka.
The biggest draw to Celeste is that she also naturally, well, I say naturally, but she knows magic, right? So she learns magic when you level her, not only if you actually equip an Esper on her, which includes very powerful spells later on and will be our main goal. And like Vultus said, she's the first character we're going to have access to, and that's really the main draw to her. Yeah, it makes it nice and easy for her to be the one we focus on. We also found some actually pretty neat items in this scenario, including the running shoes, which are actually really, really helpful because they have give you auto haste, which is essentially doubles your speed. It's pretty handy.
Yeah, we have the running shoes unlocked now, or Mikey, because in general he's really fast anyway already. Like, he has probably one of the fastest HP gains. And if you give him the running shoes, this even doubles. And as you see, we're gonna use smoke bombs all over the place, basically, and for the rest of the run, pretty much. If there is no, like, grinding or whatever. And,
grinding? In my speedrun? Wow.
Yeah, we have a big level grind in the end, the run. But for all the random encounter here and there, we are throwing smoke bombs all the time, pretty much. If I don't get a like preemptive attack.
Yeah, preempt is actually, I don't think we ever said that. Make it so that your runaway meter is full immediately, and it is actually slightly faster to just naturally run away from an encounter over using a smoke bomb, so we want to definitely do that whenever we get the chance.
Also, if you have 4 characters in your party and you use smoke bombs and you have also like 3 or more enemies, the game starts to lag pretty badly if you use a smoke bomb. So that's then, if you get a preemptive attack, that's gonna be helpful, so you don't have the lag from the smoke bomb then.
This cave is actually kind of infamous for the gold bears here, because like when Vultus mentioned there is a skip that you can do that skips Celeste essentially, and you'd be here with Lock alone. And those gold bears, if they pincer you, you will be facing away from them, so they will be getting back attack damage on you, and they have an attack that can essentially one-shot you, which is pretty dangerous. But of course, with 2 party members, we don't really worry about that.
So I just picked up the Thunder Rod here. I could have opened the chest earlier already. You know this is the same cave here we went through already, and I could have opened all the chests in here, but then they would have been opened already, and there would have been also different items in them. So we opened the chest right now, because there was a Thunder Rod now inside. And there's a boss coming up here. It's the Tunnel Armor, or the game called Tunnel Armor, because it doesn't fit for the name, apparently. And this is a mechanical boss, and conveniently, well, we have a Thunder Rod, and we're using the Thunder Rod on this thing. It's a immediately one-shot. And in the meantime, while the boss is having his death animation, I'm gonna put some of the items to the bottom. Like, I'm gonna do some item management here, and it was pretty okay, I guess. So you can put all the items, like all rings and stuff, equipment, to the bottom of my inventory. So when I pick up items, I have the new items I want right at the top of my inventory.
Yeah, so the boss is actually kind of supposed to be a tutorial on Celeste's special ability, because aside from magic, she has another very neat thing she can do. It's called Runic, and Runic, what it does essentially, if you activate it, it will absorb the next spell that is used in battle. So Tunnel Armor has a wide array of spells he can use, and you're supposed to just like kind of intercept them with Runic, and then thrash on him. And we will be using Runic later on because it's pretty decent in a couple spots, but yeah, the rods in this game, if you played FF5, you know that rods are pretty broken. That still persists in this game as well. Rods will deal a fixed amount of damage based on how much magic you have. So what that means essentially is that they have a high damage power as is, as you saw, like the Thunder Rod did like 1400 damage. Granted, it pierced a weakness. That is still a lot for somebody like Locke to just like throw and then just like deal 1400 damage just like that. And later on in the game, we'll be able to purchase those rods, so you can expect us to actually pretty much put all of our money into that because it's just that good.
Yeah. So the money management is kind of tight in the run. So I'm gonna do a lot of menuing and shopping and selling my items because you want to have enough money to get a good amount of rods, and they're gonna be essential for bosses and also for the level grind. Okay, well now everybody is back to Narsh, and now the Empire is coming to Narsh as well, because apparently they figured out where we are, and they want to still get the Esper. And now we have the famous Kefka at Narsh battle. Kefka Narsh battle works like the Mughal battle earlier, where we fight the guard in the cave, and like we have a maze kind of field again here, and Kefka's at the bottom and we are at the top, and you're gonna lose the event if anybody reaches Bannon from the enemies, and you win the event if you confront Kefka. Gonna save here just in case, because Kefka can be a little dangerous if you mess it up. Okay, so here we're gonna set our party. This time we have to do this, since we got a couple of characters now. And we have more characters than 4, so... Exactly, you win the event if Kefka doesn't cast Ice 2. So here he comes, and he has a bunch of guards and soldiers with him. That's it, the event works exactly like the other one, so the guards coming from bottom to top, and we're going down. So we're gonna take this party because they're all the characters in, all the characters that do damage, in this case. Okay, so we're gonna back row everybody except Gao, because he is the only one that does normal damage in this case. And 7 gets earrings, because the aura bolt that 7 actually does is magic damage. Well, Science Dispatch ability is start. This is actually physical damage. So I gave him the Atlas Armlet, which increases physical damage, and the Hyper Wrist, which also increases physical damage. Okay, gotta be careful for this dude, and here we are. It's the Kefka fight.
This is another instance where you definitely want to pay attention to your weight tracking, and you'll see why. Well, hopefully you won't see why, actually. But the goal is, it's very basic. You want to have 7 get an extra turn over Kefka, essentially. So you want to lap Kefka with 7 once, and then you're pretty much fine on damage output. The first 2 turns, Kefka can do some annoying stuff, but nothing that is really dangerous to you. He can attack physically or cast some spells like Poison, which is not that bad. On turn 3, which we never want to see, he has a 33% chance to cast Ice 2. And Ice 2 would just like, if it's party-wide, it would just like flat out wipe your party. So you want to definitely be on point with your way tricking here, get 7 in the extra turn, and you should be good to go.
Yeah, he can Ice 2 the entire party or a single person. Okay, that's it. No Ice 2. Yeah, you can Ice 2 the entire party, which is a wipe, as Mega said, or you can also target one single person, which also immediately kills one, of course. But we did it. He only got 2 turns. He got a physical attack, I think, and then he casted Thunder.
We don't have all. I mean, we have all the characters that you see here right now, but there's more in this game. Way more.
Yeah, the game has like, oh god, I don't know how, like 20 characters?
14.
14? Okay. We get quite a bunch, so I...
It's 3 full parties plus 2 bonuses, essentially.
Okay, here's the Esper again, and Terra seems to have some connections to that Esper. Oh, not to just this Esper, but in Espers in general.
I see that some people are now waking up and joining us, so just to remind you, you're watching Speedrun Ragnarok, and we're proud to benefit Take This again this year.
So yeah, Terra went crazy, Jill, and now she's gone. She transformed and said bye-bye, basically. And she looks weird, really weird. So what you're gonna do now, basically, is we try to find her again. After some dialogue here. So basically now the game really begins, because we're slowly getting into that part of the game where we get introduced to Espers. And as I said earlier, only a handful of characters have magic abilities, like Terra and Celes. But if you have Espers and you, let's say, equip them on characters, you can learn magic as well with anybody. Okay, so we're gonna choose our party here. That's gonna be our party. There is, of course, there's a clock. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna grab some items here. And after this, there's a lot of stuff in here. Mostly we're gonna sell. And so what you do now is we go back to Figaro Castle, the castle that died under the desert. It's back up now. And we're controlling Edgar at this point. That has a reason. I'm gonna just beat this fight really quick. So yeah, we go back to the castle, and as you may know or remember, Edgar is the king of the castle. And if you have him as the main character here, like the controllable character, you're gonna get a discount at the castle because he is the king. Well, basically the character, like the people at the castle would give this stuff to Edgar, but like for free. But Edgar says, "Oh no, I can't do that. You also have a family to feed and stuff, so you have to buy this still the items here. But you have a really reasonable discount here at the castle."
King of his castle, you say? Yeah.
Alright, so the castle is able to travel, and now we're gonna do the shopping tour. Okay, so we're gonna sell a couple things here we don't need at all. This and the hyper wrist. We buy 25 of these things. I'm gonna explain later what they do. And a couple Phoenix Downs for safety. So we can revive our people. And here is the weapon merchant. We're gonna get flash and drill.
Yeah, so the tool shop actually upgraded right now over when you were here the first time. These two tools that we just bought are additions that you can get just right now. Couldn't have bought them earlier.
And these tools are really strong.
I'm seeing a lot of chatter in chat about the Sid bid war to decide if Sid will live or die later. We have a lot of time left for that incentive, so there's definitely still time for Sid living to win. Right now, Sid dying is in the lead, so you're basically donating for feels or speed here.
Yeah, we have about like at least 2.5 hours about until that. Since I don't know the manipulation for the Sid thing, it's not really faster maybe to keep him alive. So that's your decision basically. Oops. Okay, so I went to this house, and here in this forest is actually a chocobo stable, because to the next town we go, and somehow we know where Terra is. So the next town where Terra is located now is really, really far away. And if we would go there without a chocobo over the word map, I would get like 20 encounters on the way there. So we're gonna take the detour to the north here to the chocobo stable, get the chocobo, and then we ride down here to Zozo. Zozo is a town full of thieves. We get a nice little travel here. This is not Zozo. As I said, you don't get encounter on the chocobo, and it's also faster to travel on the chocobo. Alright, this is Zozo, and this is a random encounter.
And you're running away.
Exactly.
I mean... And most encounters here are actually pretty, well, straightforward. They don't do a lot of bad stuff. We gotta watch out for one specifically, and that's the Slam Dancer. If the Slam Dancer appears on its own, it can cast a tier 2 elemental spell, and if you remember, we were kind of afraid of Kefka doing that. Same deal here. If it happens, that could hurt quite a bit, so we kind of want to avoid that if possible. Other than that, pretty straightforward stuff here. We have to pick up a couple items on the way. Most notably, a weapon for Sabin that's going to be used in a little bit, but other than that, we're just trying to make our way to the boss, more or less.
Yeah. Here you can't do much, you have to wait for these guys. Oh, here's Mr. Slam Dancer, but we have Locke again. That's why we have him with us, mainly because he's the fastest and usually throws the smoke bombs first. Okay, try to sneak by here. Ah, dang, I didn't make it.
We do have a donation in here from the Valkyrie's own Demarine of $4 that says it's time to start donating to the most important free enterprise community traditions. That's right, we need to name Porum Rivers in Final Fantasy IV. Oh, so evil, Demarine.
Why is that evil? Why would you? Because that's the best character. So why is that evil to name him her after somebody? I don't understand. I don't understand.
But by the way, you maybe notice when I use the smoke bombs, I defend with everybody else instead in the battle. I just do that because, well, if you use the smoke bombs, oh, back attack. Well, now you're gonna see it probably. So if I use the smoke bomb and you get out of the battle, all the menus need to close. Like if I would leave the menu open, the game closes every menu, and then you're gonna get out of the battle. So by defending with everybody, I basically close all the menus before the game does it by itself. And that saves just a little bit of time, but over the run it probably adds up a little bit. So here, see it now. Now the menu closes and we're gonna get out of the fight. So sometimes maybe I don't get that in time, that I can close all the menus. But mostly I'm gonna try to do it. Okay, here's the weapon for 7, and here is the boss of this town. This is Dadaluma. I'm gonna try to weight trick here again, but I'm probably not gonna make it, which is not too bad.
Yeah, so Dadaluma has kind of an interesting goal on for him. There's a timer running in the background here, and after that timer expires, he will summon some ads, and we're kind of trying to prevent that by setting it up so that we get a so-called quick kill on him with sufficient weight tricking here. Additionally, it's kind of annoying that Dadaluma has a chance to counterattack you every time you do something, but other than that, we're just pretty much trying to go for as quick kill as possible here. Using our strongest attacks that we have pretty much, which unfortunately for Locke, that's not a lot, really. But, yeah.
Rip Locke as well. He just died.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can kill him before he uses the potion stuff here.
Yeah.
It's really hard though, but this is not too bad. Like, he's a little bit and slows down the fight a little bit, of course.
It's actually also random what type of potion he uses. He can either use a tonic or a potion, and if he uses a potion, that's bad because that's a lot of healing, so yeah.
Okay, should be history, yes. Well, I tried to steal with Locke all the time. This enemy has a jewel ring. You can steal it. I didn't got it though. That's money.
The thief knife that we had on Locke is not only does it give speed, which is pretty nice, it also has the hidden property that sometimes it will actually also act as a steal while you attack, which is pretty nice.
Okay, and here's Terra.
Whenever I get to Zozo and Phoenix Tower, or Kefka's Tower, I always think they must have been really proud of their new stair climbing technology in this game.
Yeah, it's a lot of going up stairs here in this town. And
stairs do have some interesting tech to them, but yeah.
Oh yeah, there was something about stairs. I can't remember.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's too far out to explain right now, but you can speed up going up and downstairs.
That's what I know. Like you can speed up down or upstairs, but I don't know exactly how.
Not important. Not important. This is a big turning point in the game right now, as we find out that Terra is actually part Esper, more or less, and we meet this Esper here, Ramu, who explains a little bit of the story of the Espers and how they came to this world and what happened in the war that was so long ago and all that, just like pretty much touching the surface of everything. What is important right now is that some of Ramu's friends are stuck in the so-called Magitech facility, which the Empire uses to extract magic from the Espers, which is, of course, what we want to avoid from having happen. We can't just let them abuse the Espers for that. And yeah, Ramu actually, whenever Espers die, they turn into a little crystal called Magicite, which essentially is the remains of the Espers. And yeah, Ramu kind of like tried to rescue some of his friends, but they all turned into Magicite. And he's also pretty much out of power. So what he's gonna do here, since he met us, since we were saying, hey, we want to kind of stop the Empire and help Terra out, he tells us that there is maybe one Esper in the Magitech facility that might be able to help us. Yeah, since his time runs out, he's gonna actually transform into a Magicite himself and give us his friends, which are also Magicite, and we learned the true way of learning magic, other than extracting the power from the Espers itself, is to actually have this Magicite around, and then, you know, kill enemies in battle and get magic points for it. It's kind of great. If only the Empire knew this tech, they wouldn't have to do all this extracting and killing Esper stuff. They could just use already deceased ones, but yeah.
Yeah, they don't know that yet.
So this is the first time in the game where we'll actually be able to put magic on literally anybody. And the nice thing about it is that you can equip these Espers on anybody, like I said, and most of them do give you, if you have them equipped on level ups, stat bonuses, which is actually really, really important for a glitchless run, because we weren't going to actually abuse that fact specifically for magic power, because that's going to be our main damage going forward. We're going to give certain characters, or have certain characters, have Espers equipped that give bonus on magic power, and grind them a little bit. First and foremost, that's going to be Terra and Celeste, since they already initially have a high magic power as is, and it's going to be kind of convenient to do it with them. But yeah, it's a very nice thing, very cool system. So every Esper has between, I want to say, 1 and 6 spells that you can learn from them, and you learn them at certain rates. So let's just take Ramu for example. Ramu will teach you Bolt at ×10, Bolt 2 at ×2, and Poison at ×5. What that means is if you get a magic point, you gotta reach 100% to learn the spell. If you get 1 magic point after a battle, you get essentially 10% of Bolt 1 and 2% of Bolt 2, and so on and so forth. And we need a very select few spells throughout the run, and we're going to try to distribute them and learning them as we go for the most part. We're going to very rarely stop to just like say, hey, we're gonna actually have to learn this spell before the next part or else. But that might happen here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty tightly routed that we learn the spells in time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you learn a lot of spells. You actually, like, you need nearly every spell you learn. Okay, so now we get control over our characters again. And now, so you're gonna equip your Espers in the magic menu, and I'm gonna assign a couple Espers here. Alright, Siren, yes.
Yeah, so for now we have pretty basic ones that you just cure and, I don't know, sleep, fire one, all that stuff. Nothing too crazy, and they also don't give any crazy stat boosts. Those come a bit later in the game, obviously. But yeah, you're forced to take Celeste and lock along because they kind of just wanna. Celeste kind of just wanna put a stop to the madness, if you will. And Locke's like, yeah, I'm gonna protect you. Don't worry about that. And yeah, our goal is now to invade the Magitech facility. Unfortunately, it's on a different continent from where we are, so we kind of need a transportation over there. So that's what we're looking for right now. And in that vein, Setzer's name is actually coming up in just a little bit here, so should get ready for that. Sounds like a great date spot. Nice.
Yeah, so as Mega said, Setzer's name is coming up, and Setzer is the only person in the world that has a airship. And that's how we're gonna get over to the Magitech factory. So I've thought it correct, the name is Motors for Setzer?
That is true.
Alright.
In the meantime, we did have a different naming donation from Meads, who donated $5 and said, "In honor of my little sister, I dub thee Cookies." That was to name Sid in Final Fantasy VII, which is the run after this, Cookies.
Okay, this is a little, I don't know, this is a strange part here. So now we're gonna go to the Opera House, and there's a singing coming up, and I don't think I'm gonna sing, I'm sorry. I'm a little, as I said already, I'm a little ill.
How much money do you want for singing? 500?
No.
1,000?
1 million.
You can't buy Vultus, I see. Okay, well that's fair.
As I said, I'm a little ill, so I would prefer not to sing because we have still about 4 hours of this here, and I want to keep my voice for the rest.
Essentially what's happening right now is we found out about Setzer from the impresario because we met up with him. And the big thing is that we want the airship, like Vultus said, and in order to draw him out, he does have kind of a crush on the star of the opera here, and Celeste kind of looks like the star. So in order to draw him out, we will kind of want to have Celeste perform instead of the star Maria, and kind of get him that way. So you have this nice little opera scene here, which is conveniently enough for a speedrun. A very nice break you can take. It's a couple of minutes of actual downtime.
Yeah, there's a break coming up. I'm gonna take it again. I need something to drink. So when the opera opening starts, there's about a 2.5 minute break. So I'm gonna be quiet there. Enjoy the opera music. And we also have Ultros here, for whatever reason. And well, this is not how it works. Alright, here's the opening. So, yeah. Enjoy. Oh man, just in time. Yeah, as I said, sorry I'm not gonna sing. I'm fine if my voice stays alive for the next 4 hours without singing. Just everybody sing. Okay, so now we're gonna keep going. And, we're not gonna just... This is not just cutscenes here. It is a big part of nothing to do, basically, but... we still need to do the main part of controlling the opera, basically. So since Celes or Margie is Maria, we need to sing the lines correct. You couldn't figure them out by reading the book on the table here. But it's always the same lines, so just remember them. Alright. If you choose wrong here, by the way, the opera is over immediately and you have to restart the entire event. So yeah, as I said, you need to choose the lines here. You only have 2 choices every time, and you have 3 times a choice what line you take. And as I said, if you mess something up, even like, you don't, not even the lines, but well, messing up anything during this event here, I have to move soon. Like, if I take too long or wait too long or whatever, it's also gonna stop the opera event. So yeah, here's the movement part. As I said, you have some time here. Basically, it's bind to the, like, you can figure out with the music, kind of. So before the next singing act starts, you have to reach the balcony here with the flowers. That's why nothing happens here right now, because it waits for the time event. So now it keeps going, and this is the point where you have to be here at this edge of the balcony. If you're not in time, as I said, the opera is over. So there's nothing more to do. Just wait for the opera singing part to end. So what else, except just listening to that? As I said earlier, Ultros is here in the opera, and he tried to mess things up. And as you maybe saw, he threw a letter at us, but nobody read that thing. So, well, now he tries that a little more harsh. And Locke finds the letter, and Ultros says he wanna sabotage the opera event. Well, as Mega said already earlier, we wanna have Edgar, we wanna have Sabin, we wanna have Setzer do the part with the taking Celes, And if Ultros ruins everything, that may not gonna happen, so we have to stop Ultros here. Alright. Always catchy in my opinion. Okay, here's the letter. Gonna jam up the opera. Now we talk to Impresario, the organizer of the opera. And so Ultros is at the top of the opera, on top of the stage, basically. And you want to drop a 5-ton weight on Celes. And you have a timed frame window, like you have 5 minutes before you need to reach Ultros. If you don't reach him in 5 minutes, well, I have not happening that yet, and I hope it never will, but I think the game is over then.
The game is over here, yes.
Let's hope the game will not be over, and let's hope it's not gonna softlock, because I'm playing on console.
Nice jinx.
Yeah, I know.
Then we duel.
Okay, here it is. So that's where we need to go. And we're gonna... There are a bunch of rats next to Ultros. And we're actually gonna fight them because we want to... As Maga said, you can learn magic now, everybody, with the Espers in our possession. So we're gonna fight a bunch of rats now, and additionally to experience the money we get these magic points. And here you wanna have Locke and Edgar learn their spells. So what we have to do is we have to fight like 4 encounter. And all of these are, well, the formations are all random. So this is a good formation here. But now it can also be encounters with 5 rats, which is what we not want to see. It's pretty sweet. So we see the new tool in action, Flash here. Also saw the drill already at. Wow, they really both survived though. There's a chance that the rats survive the flash attack. Wow, I actually need another rat. I need four rat encounters. Oh, that's the bad one. So I need to kill off the yellow rats first. Because if I use Flash first and the gray rats die, the yellow ones summon new rats. So the yellow rats need to die. They need to die first. Ooh. Okay, I need another rat encounter. And I'm gonna heal a little bit here. One. Please be a good one. Okay, Oh, I was in 7 already. It's not necessary to do this right now, but I would have to do this anyway. So I need to, like, Edgar learned Sleep now, and Locke learned Thunder or Bolt. And I need both spells, or at least I need Sleep. Not right now, as I said. I could have done this in the next dungeon in the Magitech Factory as well, but I prefer to do the grind here. With grind, quote unquote. So yeah, learning the spells here. Because the red fights are quite fast if you get the good formation. Alright, we stopped. Well, we stopped everything. We interrupted the opera. Now it's time to fight Ultros. Also, it's finally time to see the Espers in action for once. So, in this fight, I'm gonna summon Ramu. This is another thing you can do with these Espers, of course. So, you not only can learn magic from them, you can also use the Espers by themselves in battle. Like Ramu here, for example. And usually Espers are kind of strong. So... That's it already. And you get 2 gold for this fight. Alright, we saved the opera event, and here is Motors, aka Setzer, and taking Sellers away, so everything worked out how it was planned. So now we get onto Setzer's airship, and well, basically we invading his airship and taking it over. So we're pretty mean actually, but yeah, the reason why he had the airship already quite a while, and he's basically a really rich man. So because he has the airship. And he is kinda connected to the Empire, but not really.
Just want to pop in here and mention we do still have 5 incentives left for this game. That is the Sid's Fate bid war, whether he will live or die, and then the names for Strago, Realm, Mog, and Gogo. And then we will begin also Final Fantasy VII. The run after this has several character bid wars that do not have bids yet, so you can snipe a name there.
Sid better live. Well, I think, yeah, the Sid bid war, if that is correct, I'm on the website here to see the names and everything. And right now, I think if they didn't change anything, Sid dies is in the lead.
Yes, that is correct. Sid dying is currently leading by $60, so if you want Sid to live, we need some donations in for that.
So you tried the reasoning with Setzer here. He's a gambler, and he kind of agrees, like with the coin toss here. If we get control over the airship, or if he brings us to the Magitech Factory, or if Celes has to marry him, this is his gamble. And well, Edgar has a coin here, and we won the coin toss. Well, the thing is about this coin, it's both sides are the same. And this is also the same coin that were used before when Edgar and Seven decided about who's gonna be the king of the castle. Well, But yeah, he still agrees. I think the second coin toss decides there. And now it brings us to the Magitech factory, where we want to free more of the Espers. They cheated on him? Yeah, kind of. Always looks like you're going to Las Vegas here. But... this is Vector. This is the main capital of the Empire. That's where we go now. But before that, we are... Well, we cannot control the airship yet. So... Okay, I'm gonna buy a couple more smoke bombs here just to be safe. I'm gonna heal. Heals for free. Okay, so a bunch of menuing here. We're gonna sneak ring on lock that increases the chance to steal. And now we move to... I don't know why he landed so far away from the Magitech factory. Ah, too slow. As I mentioned, I try to close the menus all the time, but sometimes I'm too slow for that. Also, it gets kind of difficult with the amount of enemies. As you see, the game starts to lag a little bit. Yeah, this is Vector. It looks way smaller on the map than it was in the cutscene. And this old man is a returner. And he helps us to break into the Magitech factory. D7. Alright, time to get in here. Pretty cool music, I have to say. Well, you know this. Like, here is where I could have done the backup, but if I wouldn't have fight enough rats yet, so I could have fight something in here. But there's only one specific encounter you want to get, and I don't know if I actually get that encounter. A couple of things I pick up here and there, nothing special. Most things, most are consumables or items to sell. I'll pick up this to safety here, the X potion. There's a Thunderblade here, which is gonna be important. Thunderblade is actually something I'm gonna equip.
Yeah, so the elemental weapons that you pick up actually increase your magic power, which is a very rare thing to happen on equipment, and it's quite handy if we want to use magic-related things, so we definitely want to have those in our arsenal, as well as you can actually proc a spell of the corresponding element if you're lucky after an attack, so that might help out as well.
Yeah, since we have Locke with us, who is unfortunately not that useful, except his stealing ability, and he doesn't do much damage. I'm gonna equip the Thunderblade on him. He also learned, he learned the spells from Ramu so far, so he's gonna... He has some Thunder spells anyway, and giving him the Thunderblade boost that thunder damage, and also, as Mega said, if he physically attacked, there's a chance that he does normal damage and then cast a spell automatically afterwards.
Right. So, you know how this is a glitchless one, right? You just have to close your eyes for the next 2 or 3 minutes. So it's like, just pretend there's nothing going on. But coming up, we have the Shiva and Ifrit fight, which we're going to try to, well, use the little trick in there, which bends the rules a little bit. But it's not really a glitch per se, but you'll see yourselves.
I'm gonna save here first, because I hate this, and it sometimes doesn't work. No major glitches. Well, yeah. I'm gonna save here because sometimes it doesn't work. I don't know if I do it wrong or if it just doesn't work.
I mean, let's be fair, this whole game is one giant glitch, so, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Right, so, the way this fight is supposed to work, real quick to lead with that, is you're supposed to attack Ifrit 5 times, he's gonna switch to Shiva, you're supposed to attack Shiva a couple times, and eventually they'll be going like, hey, you got Ramu, maybe you're not that bad, you know, just like classic cutscene battle. But what you can do to speed this up slightly is you're obviously not supposed to run away to be able to run away from this battle. And I mentioned earlier the flag for being able to run, it's bound to enemies specifically. So what you want to do is essentially you build up your runaway meter whenever you can, and then eventually Ifrit will switch to Shiva. And during that time, because there's no enemy on the screen, you are actually able to run away. Unfortunately, we only got 2 runaways here, which is not a bit nice. Perfect. We only got 2 runaways, not a big deal, just gonna kill off the other 2 characters, but I like the 169 out of 170. I like that. But yeah, essentially, because there's this short window where the game doesn't actually have an enemy on the screen, you can use that to quickly run away from the battle. Whether or not that's a glitch, it's whatever. Yeah. It's a nice little way of shortening down this cutscene fight. Plus, this fight would actually be kind of annoying because you do take quite a bit of damage, as you can see. Like, I mean, of course, we tried to die now, but if you would have to sit through the battle, then, well, you're gonna take damage and you'd have to heal up even more, so, yeah.
Yeah, the good thing is, as soon as one single character runs away from a battle, and the other would die, you still manage to run away. You don't game over, luckily. So, even if only one character would have gotten away there, I would have still made it. But, as I said, I hate this fight, because sometimes you just cannot run, for whatever reason. Probably because the meter is not full or something.
Exactly. You have to be very precise about filling that up before you try to run and that thing. But yeah, sometimes it's also just like flat out doesn't work, although that's not something that happened to me personally a lot. I've seen other people struggle with it, so it's a bit of a kind of a tricky thing to do, but yeah. No, Yaga, because the smoke bomb would be, so like there has to be no enemy on the screen, right? Because Ifrit and Shiva both have the flag that you can't run away from them. So, and if you would use a smoke bomb, you couldn't like just throw that while nothing's on screen. It would just like immediately switch from Ifrit to Shiva. You just have this small window when they are switching where it will actually register, oh, you ran away from the battle.
Okay, here comes the boss where I needed to grind beforehand. Oh, the spells. So this boss, you can put him to sleep. Oh. Fantastic though, he confused Locke beforehand. Okay, his Locke is at least not. I mean, he attacked my party, but
yeah.
Normal attack would wake up the boss right away. So
Yeah, fortunately this game, using spells doesn't actually wake up the target. You have to do a physical action in order to negate the sleep status, which is very handy. We have tons of magic-based stuff like Aura Bolt Flash, and of course Espers and spells themselves. So we can just like put him to sleep, wail on him, and then kill him before he wakes up. Which is pretty nice because number 24 would be a pretty annoying boss if he were to be awake all the time. He has some pretty nasty counterattacks and attacks in general, including the confusion you just saw, obviously. But yeah, it'd be quite the hassle to deal with, so putting him to sleep is a very nice way of dealing with that. Additionally, realistically, you only really need Sabin and Edgar to use Flash and Aura Bolt. You just kind of want to add Shiva and Ice as a means of guaranteeing that you kill him before he wakes up, but it's not necessarily required if you wait trick properly.
Yeah. At some point he wakes up automatically.
Yeah, yeah.
I learned a couple... wow. I learned a couple more spells there. Nothing really much important, I think it is. Okay, now we're at the core of the Magitech factory. Here we have more Espers, and as Maga said earlier, they got drained by their power, and the Empire drains the Espers in their normal state. And well, they realized we want to free them, so they all decided to go into their Magicite state and break free and support us. So we're gonna get 6 new Espers here. That's quite a lot, and some of them are really good. We're gonna use a bunch of them. And this is also the point where the Empire realizes, oh well, these Magicites are pretty awesome. We just need to get them. Like draining the Espers is not that effective, and just turning them into Magicites and then use their power. So yeah, this is the part where the Empire gets actually well, more power, kind of, because as I said, they realize how they do that, so they can use magic now as well, so they have more Espers, or they're gonna find more Espers as well.
Also, everyone say hello to Sid, whose ultimate fate we're deciding with a bid war here. Sid dying is still in the lead.
So yeah, Kefka played some mind games here. He said like, oh, you have Celes with you, she is a traitor, blah blah blah, she's still on the Empire, she's just was spying you all the time, and well, it's not really true, but they still believe that now. And well, to protect us, she just used a teleport spell there and teleported Kefka and herself out of the Magitech factory. And well, now the thing just crumbles down or something, I don't know. So we have the new Espers here, so we're gonna do a lot. So I'm gonna replace some Phantom and Bismarck. So here we have a bunch of Espers now. Shot is important because if you have Shot on like Shot on Edgar, he learns Bio, Break, and Doom. That are 3 really essential moves for him. And well, Bismarck learns you really basic spells like Fire, Ice, and Thunder, which is also going to be useful, especially Fire is useful. And Phantom is, in general, it's a useful Esper, so you don't really learn anything useful from Phantom, but the Phantom effect, so Phantom by itself is really useful. Alright, here we have a great part, yeah. correct?
Right, so this part right here is you essentially have to fight 5 battles, and then you fight a boss fight, and it's all forced. The interesting thing about this is that what is in the enemy formations, it can be sort of like manipulated by your party order, if in this case, which is kind of a weird thing. But yeah, if you switch around the party members, which is the big reason why Vultus switched Sabin and Edgar's positions, is that you get different formations here, which is kind of interesting. And we just kind of want to have it in a way where we get the maximum amount of money out of this as possible. So yeah, the formations right here benefit that mostly.
Yeah, also, nearly everything is a one-shot here.
Yeah. It doesn't make much of a difference what exactly is in the formation, like in terms of battle time.
So yeah, Bismarck. If you have Bismarck junction, yeah. If you have Bismarck equipped, you learn, as I said, you learn Fire, Ice, and Thunder really quickly. Like it's really fast to learn these 3 spells from him. Fire is really useful because your characters can get frozen actually. There are some effects that can freeze your characters, and the only way to unfreeze them is use fire on them. So having a character or a couple characters that can use fire here and there are kind of useful. So, and we're gonna use Sabin quite a lot, and in the final boss fight, your characters can get frozen. So if Sabin has fire by himself, it's nice and helpful. So he can unfreeze a character. Okay, that's the last encounter. Now comes the boss fight.
Alright, so number 128 is actually kind of a difficult boss. Doesn't have a lot of HP, but he comes with his 2 arms as separate entities, and they have some pretty nasty attacks that they can use. So our main goal right here in the battle is to get rid of the arms as soon as possible. Biggest problem with this boss is that if you give him too much time, he will actually use some very devastating AoE attacks potentially, so you want to end this battle as quickly as you possibly can for that very reason. So we're going to again use the way tricking to our fullest in order to try and get rid of this guy as soon as possible, trying to lab a couple of his turns. He does have some attacks like Wind Slash and Atomic Ray and whatnot if you let the battle run for too long, so I want to avoid seeing that. Those are pretty devastating moves. And it looks like we are on good pace here though.
Alright, yeah. He got like... he counters like nearly every attack, so... Red Feast or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, also, Edgar learned Bio now, which is important for the next fight, and... well, the next fight is also one of the most annoying fights, or... in my opinion, it's the second hardest fight in the entire game. So I'm gonna save here because I can die.
Yep, for sure. Alternative strategies could include you keep the Thunder Rod from Nox scenario, but then you would have to fight Thunder Armor, which ultimately ends up being slower. So, but as is, the next boss is, like Vultus said, one of the most dangerous things you fight in this entire run, really.
Yeah, you set the slots, and if it goes wrong and you don't get it, so you're gonna use Phantom here in this fight. So Phantom turns everybody invisible, so you cannot get hit by physical attacks anymore. That's pretty nice, but the problem is, as I said, you use Setsa slots here, and it's a little bit manipulated. And you want to have either the Chocobo attack or the laser attack. And well, if I mess up the slots, I'm gonna get Legomorph. And the problem about Legamorph is it heals you a little bit and it vanishes, like it makes your vanish go away. So from invisible you go visible again. And you don't have enough mana to turn yourself invisible again. And well, the cranes hit pretty hard if they're coming up. So if I fail the Legamorph, if I fail the slots, I pretty much die.
Yep. Yeah. These cranes both absorb different elements, so the left and right ones have different absorption elements, and we want to get rid of the left one as soon as possible. He only has 1800 HP, while the right one has a little bit more. And in order to do that, we do need to hit these slots on diamonds. Very good. Right, so that will give us enough damage in one turn in order to get rid of them in a reasonable fashion. The biggest problem is the cranes right now can only really attack physically, so we are safe for the time being. But if the battle goes on for too long, they start casting spells. Also specifically, if you put an element on them that they can absorb, they will start casting those type of spells on a tier 2, which would also be devastating, especially given that we don't have a lot of HP for the point in the game where we are right now. You can see heat source level 1 put up there for brief periods. That's about the time period now where they would start casting spells, so we want to try to finish this battle up here momentarily. Yikes.
Yeah, they're pretty nasty right now. They healed themselves twice, both. Okay. Should be good, though.
Okay, left one down, that's good.
Right one as well. Yeah, a lot of damage focused on, like, it is nice. The Blitz command is pretty nice, though. It does a lot of damage. The problem is, the target of Blitz is always random if it's a single target attack. So,
and that was tense.
That can mess it up, maybe. And I think I used Blitz twice, and it went twice on the right crane. So the left crane stayed alive quite a time. But we managed to beat one of the hardest fights, so I'm fine. This is, in my opinion, as I said, it's the second hardest fight after the final boss fight, actually.
Yeah, at least with these strats where you have to rely on slots, it's kind of iffy, for sure.
You could not do slots, but then you maybe get close with what Mega said, that the cranes use magic on you at some point, and yeah, then you die anyway. So I mean, what you could do is you could attack normally with Setzer. The problem about Setzer is he has no junction, like he has no. I always want to say junction. Setzer has had no Esper at this point, and he can't use magic, and he only has a slot ability and a normal physical attack. So Setzer is really useless, actually. And the Glitchless, you're gonna not use Setzer that much. So, as you maybe know, he can do Joker Doom and reverse Joker Doom, but these are considered not really considered glitches, but the Japanese, I think it's because of the Japanese community, how they handle that category, so they banned that because it is manipulation, and
yeah, you can manipulate the Joker Doom. So the big thing with any percent quote-unquote glitchless really is there is plenty of glitches in this game. Some you can't even avoid. So, I mean, by that, the definition glitchless is already moot. It's just like to put in a nice word there that people understand what mostly is happening, and then, you know, the actual rules are bended here and there for like certain stuff like banning Joker Doom or allowing the runaway from Shiva and Ifrit, which is all like it's all minor things that really don't impact the run greatly. I mean, Joker Doom would, obviously, that's why it's banned, but you know, like it essentially is a category created to be, I don't want to say as you would normally play the game, but it's kind of going into that direction. More or less. It
kind of keeps the spirit alive of a normal speedrun. I mean, you probably know you can do a lot of shenanigans with this game, like the 52 death run or whatever it is. We just keep dying over and over and warp to the credits, or the great sketch glitch, which can mess up a lot of stuff. I can't do that, by the way, because I have a 1.1 cartridge, so rip sketch glitch.
Yeah, this is one of the most broken games I know, actually. Like, it's kind of fascinating how beloved this game is. Like, I know a lot of people love this game, but at the same time, there is just so much broken stuff in this game. It's fascinating.
Indeed. And Glitchless, in my opinion, it is the most fun. Like, I also run Joker Doom quite a while ago. I hate Joker Doom. I don't like the slot command in general in this game. So I wanted to, like, I like the game, but I hate the Joker Doom. So I looked for a category that not uses Setzer, basically. And well, here it is, Glitchless, and luckily the only time you use slots is in the entire game was the crane fight. And that's also why I hate it so much. Okay, so story-based, what happened now? You see, we just a random guy here running around. So we're gonna freed a lot of espers in the Magitech factory, and one of the espers was Marduin here that we freed. And Marduin turns out to be Terra's father. So quite a while ago, about 20 years ago, Terra's mother came from the normal world into the Esper world. And you saw the instant baby dance, what happened. So Terra's mother went to the Esper world, they danced, made a baby, and Terra came into existence. And that is basically the story what happened here, because one of the Espers we freed was Marduin from the Magitech factory. And now we know what's actually up with Terra, basically. And with that, I don't know if it's right now already or coming up in a little bit, but Terra gets a new effect here since, well, she was able to use magic, and well, now since we get the Espers, everybody can use magic, so she is not that special anymore. And well, now she gets the effect of actually turning into her Esper form, which boosts her magic by quite a significant amount. And we're gonna use that a couple times during the run to transform her into her Esper form, that only works a limited time. And also, right now we get access to the airship finally.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like, well, I'm stuck with you guys, so I might as well let you fly my airship. Here you go.
And it's gotta be like the fastest airship known to man.
Yep.
So fast.
Okay, we can assign our party members now, or like, we can choose part of the party finally freely, and we only use Terra and Locke here for the next segment. And yes, this is really fast. Okay, I gotta save here, and I need to check my money anyway. Okay, I have good enough.
Yeah, so this is actually kind of interesting, as other games that you might know, other RPGs would always require you to have a full party of what you have accessible. In this game, you could just roll with one character if you wanted from here, which is kind of nice, because remember, experience is shared, and that's actually going to come into play very soon. But for now, what we're going to do, we have quite a few Espers already, which is really nice. But there is a couple Espers that we want to get that will give us a significant advantage when we grind a little bit. One of them being Zone Seek. What Zone Seek does is it gives you 2 magic power whenever you level up and have it equipped. The unfortunate problem about with Zone Seek is that you have to win it in the auction here where we are. And now you might be wondering, hey, what the heck is
you may be
going
wondering
on
what I did there, but Megas can explain it really quick.
Yeah, the short explanation is we already went over how NPC movement values are tied to certain things, and this one's no exception. You're basically checking the NPC that is right outside this auction house and how she moves. And and if you see the right movement pattern, you know exactly that when you go in and do the auction, you will get 7-sync. That's the very simplified version of what is happening here. So we're basically just watching out for the right pattern and then go on in as soon as we see, yes, we got it, and then we grab Zone-Seek real quick, which also actually costs money, obviously. But yeah, again, it's a relatively quick pickup, and the magic power +2, we would have no other way of getting it this early. There is other Espers that give you that bonus later on, but this is the earliest you can get it, and it's definitely worth it. And yeah, I kind of alluded to it already. We're going to be doing a little bit of grinding, so we're going to be needing that relatively soon.
Yeah. So we are a little low now on levels, so the next part we do, we are gonna get a couple levels on Terra, and Terra will be pretty much for the rest of the World of Light. Terra will be our main damage for now. I don't know what level she is right now, I think like level 11 or something. I actually don't know, but what do we do after all of this talking here? We go to the Esper cave, so where the Esper world is located, and we want to check out what's actually happening there. And on the way we go there, we're gonna fight a lot of enemies, and you maybe, I said earlier, I picked up a couple items, these items called Revivify. That's an item that basically, if you get the zombie status effect, it turns it back to normal. What you also can do is you can use that item on undead enemies and they immediately die. So I got 25 of these Revivify items, and well, we're gonna have some fun with killing some undead enemies in the cave. And we level Terra a little bit, and as Mega said, Zone-Seek gives +2 magic points per level. And I don't know what, as I said, I don't know what level Terra is right now. It doesn't matter much. But you're gonna be level 19 or level 20. That depends on how I get through the cave and how the encounters are. And everything. Yeah, she gets probably around like nearly 10 level ups with +2 magic on them. So that's around +20 magic she gets. And that's pretty damn good. That boosts her magic quite a lot, and it makes the next encounters
for
pretty
reference, she has 40 right now, so she essentially gets 50% more.
Yeah.
So that's pretty huge.
Yo, Lethalin, thank you. So yeah, it's kind of weird. There's a outpost of the Empire here, but there's nobody here in front of the Esper cave. Okay, so it's the cave to the sealed gate. We can pick up a couple items here to sell them. And we skip... Oh, we don't skip enemies. These are actually the enemies I want to see. So here we're gonna use this thing and have fun.
Exactly, and the reason we actually use 2 party members is quite simple. It's a pretty effective way of killing the formations quickly while still being able to have only Terra in the battle to absorb the experience, because what ends up happening here is that we kill the last one with Terra every time, and then Locke runs away, which is a
or not.
Or he just stayed. He wants levels too, man.
Yeah, so yeah, you saw I got 1,000 experience, so that got divided by 2 because yeah, Locke stayed, so everybody gets 1,000 experience instead of just giving Terra the full 2,000 she usually should get. And that's why I said maybe level 19, maybe level 20, because, well, that just can't happen, though.
Yeah, Locke is actually one of the few characters that has a really good chance at running. He fills his run away meter really quickly, but that's the reason you use them as a secondary party member here. You could use anybody, really, if you wanted to, but Locke has the biggest advantage in that regard, so we're using him as our support character, quote-unquote. Unfortunately, sometimes still, if the game decides it's not happening, right? So you gotta be pretty precise. It shouldn't happen very much, but it can.
Okay, yeah, usually you get this. There are 2 enemy formations you can get in this cave. Well, 3. There are 2 different enemies you can get in the cave. All of them are undead here in the main part. In the previous room it was random. There can be some non-undead enemies, but here in the lava room there are always gonna be undead enemies.
an additional safety strat you could do, since these enemies on turn 1 never use magic, you could use Phantom in a battle and then have the Vanish status throughout the whole cave and you'd never get hit, but that is most of the time not necessary. I feel like Vultus might want to heal here once, but in general, you can get through here without having to do that at all, so it's not worth it. Just an additional safety.
I gotta heal now after this fight.
While we're doing this grind, I wanted to remind any viewers who have come in that we are raising money for Take This, which is a mental health advocacy group that seeks to decrease stigma and increase support for mental health among game makers and players.
Nearly pressed the wrong switch there. The Terra's level 16 now. As I said, she is probably around level 19 at the end. And depending on, you see, like I get about 2000 experience per fight. So if I'm hitting level 19 and I need less than 2000 XP, then I'm gonna get level 20. If not, then I'm not gonna keep grinding here. But level 19 is kinda required. It's the minimum you need. And you see, it's about 1 level up per fight, so since the XP amount you need is way lower than what you get here. Okay, lock the sides to stay nice now. I always want to use the Revivify last with Terra, because then Locke's ATB fills already, and he can hopefully run away at the end of the battle, like that. So if I would use the last... it's level 18, I got life. Okay, so if I would use the last Revivify with Locke, I would not be able to run away with him, obviously.
Yeah, just to mention that again, additionally to like having the hidden runaway meter having to be full in order to run away, you also need full ATB in order to do that, so... and to prevent Terra from running away, you want Terra to not have full ATB when you're trying to run, so... yeah.
Okay. Alright, that is level 19, and I have actually quite some... No, it's not... I'm not at the end of the cave yet. And I need 2000 for the level up, so I get about 2200 for a fight, so I'm gonna take the last one. And conveniently, I just get one right before the cave. So I hope actually these two guys give me 2000, I'm not sure right now. Oh, no, I don't even need to run away though. But I don't know if I need to revive him now, because Locke's gonna get a battle here. Okay, I got...
No, you're fine, you're fine.
Okay, good. Yeah, Locke is gonna get a solo battle now with Kefka here. I actually don't know what happens if he dies in this one. I don't want to figure that out as well.
Perish. Yeah, no, you get a heal here, so it's fine.
Alright.
I hope. I don't know.
Don't ruin it now.
Be fun.
I have only saved before Zone Seek now. Okay, so this is the entry to the Esper world. And well, Kefka followed us. Okay, he got a full heal, yes.
Yeah, he does. I mean, I'm not just gonna
It would have been strange though.
Come on, man.
Or usually the game is nice enough if you have a dead party member and you're forced to use only one or so, then usually the game heals you up to full.
Yeah. It's actually kind of an interesting battle because you don't really have an enemy in the battle. Kefka is actually part of your party, which is weird, but that's how it is. And you can't run away here manually. They block your L and R buttons. However, However, they didn't block your smoke bombs. Critical mistake.
Alright. So yeah, now we opened the world of Espers, and they are not really nice. Usually Espers are friendly, but well, they know what happened to all the Espers in the Magitech factory. So the Espers from the Esper world are actually kind of mad at the Empire now, and they roam free now, and well, gonna raise some havoc over the Empire.
Yeah, so they actually kind of lose their minds because, like, of the, I guess you could call it climate change. Like, that's literally how it's explained. They enter this world and it's just so different for them that they kind of go into a rage because they already had the emotions, like, tending towards that way. So they just kind of go berserk, more or less. And they need some time to, like, find themselves again.
Now the entrance is blocked off because, well, I don't know why exactly, but it's blocked off now. Shaking, earthquakes. Okay, I picked up an item pretty early in the airship. It's called Warpstone, and well, that just teleports you out of the dungeon.
Yeah, warpstones actually also work just like smoke bombs in battle, and are actually kind of they are slightly faster than smoke bombs. But they are also, like, I think 5 times, 6 times more expensive than smoke bombs. So we decide to keep it to smoke bombs, for that matter.
Okay. So yeah, we are on the way with our airship, and well, roaming free Espers. You know.
I can feel it. Something's coming closer. It's this huge, giant Esper. Get some sprites flying through your screen and all that good stuff. Unfortunately, they do hit the airship and we lose control.
Yeah, now we're gonna crash.
And that's where the game ends. Alright, good run.
He says he lost control, but he wasn't even standing at the wheel.
So yeah, it's not the airship is not broken, entirely broken, but right now we can't use it anymore. And we know that the Espers, as I said, they are mad at the Empire as well. And well, Vector got attacked now by the Espers. We're gonna do some shopping. Not really shopping, but I'm gonna sell a couple items here to get money here. This and Dragoon boots, I picked them up earlier, and these two, I don't know why I picked up the Assassin actually. Jewel ring I don't have, Rune Edge or Drainer, I don't know what I got here, Rune Edge. That's it for now. I can sell the skins if I got some. I hear Water Edge and the Fire skins. And now we're gonna stock on some more warp stones and more smoke bombs, so we're gonna need about a couple more. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Conveniently, there's a chocobo forest nearby. And let's go to Vector. Okay, so Vector, well, you see what happened here. It also got overrun in the meantime by the Returner and Narsh soldiers. So we took basically control over Vector now, and Mr. Frankazi Gestal is now reasoning with us, or he tries to negotiate with us a little bit, and now we have the Great Banquet event coming up.
Yay! So this next part here, he essentially says, I don't want to fight anymore. I lost my interest in the war. I just want peace right now. And yeah, he wants this banquet in order to talk about it, and that has to be prepared. In the meantime, there's plenty of soldiers in this little castle here, so our job right now for the banquet is to convince as many as possible that the war is over and that peace should be what should be happening. And this actually kind of has an impact. You have 5 minutes, and or 4 minutes, whatever. And depending if you get most of them, and have a good banquet or behave well at the banquet, you get some pretty good items that are pretty essential for the speedrun, so you kind of want to do this as best we can. As far as convincing soldiers goes, you can go and you have to convince everybody except for one, essentially. You're allowed to miss one of them, which I think we're going to do. So
yeah, you get
that.
23 in the end.
Yeah. And some of these soldiers are actually going to fight you, so you have to quickly, just get rid of them. Quickest way for that is to either use a spell, use Madwin as an Esper, or just, wail on them, really.
Yeah, Terra is quite strong now, so...
Yep.
But this dude fights us. What you're gonna do here is we use Phantom, so no damage. Preemptive. And we use Maduin, which has a nasty sound effect, so... I reduced the audio a little bit, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, Madwin is one of the few things that is actually non-elemental in this game, which is interesting, but yeah.
Okay, just running around talking to some soldiers, picking up items here and there, and this room is a little stupid here because you see there are a lot of soldiers running around, and you need to watch out that you talk to the correct one. Okay. What I'm gonna do now is I steal from them, and I hopefully didn't see anything there. But what you're gonna do here is you basically try to steal some tents or mithril vests for money.
Yes, that's how desperate we are.
Can you maybe let me...
Yeah, so... whenever things are walking in this game, they do shift their hitbox quite quickly. So sometimes it can be hard to get around stuff.
Usually Terra is also supposed to one-shot these soldiers, but it rarely works, actually.
Yeah, they have around 600 HP, yeah. So plus minus a little bit, you can get a low damage roll and it might not work out. I think it's 580 or something, I don't remember, but it's definitely very close to the threshold.
Like 25% to actually kill them or something. Okay, he was nice. Alright, we nearly got all of them already. These two here, and there's one more that want to fight though. Inside here.
Yep. Usually you have some time to spare after you did all of this with the soldiers. There's 24 in total, you only need 23, that's what we do. And with a little bit of time to spare, the timer runs fortunately when you go into the menu, so what you can do is you can just like sort a couple of items, change your menu color if you want to, really, like that's something you can do, I guess. But, I mean, you got the time anyway, so why not?
Let's see if I can do it in time. There are just a couple things you need to do here. The most important thing is to put Phantom off. Okay.
Do stuff.
Fine. Okay, we have 7 seconds left. It's quite a lot, though.
Yeah. You want to be out as soon as the clock reaches 1, because it would have to close your menu for you if you let it run out in the menu to 0, which is a little bit of a time waste, so you kind of want to be out of the menu in time. Not a big deal, though. Now it's time for the banquet. Whee!
So here I need to choose a bunch of correct answers, so I gotta be quiet and just pay attention that I actually choose the correct stuff. So if you choose everything correct, you get an item called Charm Bangle, and the Charm Bangle is really helpful because it reduces your encounter rate.
Yep. So the way this works is he's going to ask you a bunch of questions or propose a bunch of things where you have 3 ways to answer. One is a positive answer, one is a neutral answer, one is a negative one. Though you score the most points here for the neutral answers. Like, just stay as neutral as possible and you will be fine. And then you can score a bonus point. He will ask you what question you asked him first at some point, and then you score a bonus point for like telling him the right one there. But just giving him the one that you asked first, which is pretty easy. But for the most part, it's pretty straightforward. Everything that we do here combined, like the soldier stuff, these answers, and then we'll have. Do you do the fight in between? You do, right? The 3 soldiers here. Yes, that too. Everything has a hidden point system running in the back right now. And if you score enough points, what Vultus mentioned, you will get the Charm Banger reward, which is not the you don't need to get the maximum amount of points, but you need to get pretty close in order to be able to get that. And there's other rewards, like the Empire will like leave cities alone and stuff like that. And we essentially we go for the almost maximum amount of points. Not quite, because that would waste a little bit of time, but yeah. It's essentially how it works. It's pretty straightforward for the most part. Just stay as neutral as possible and you're good.
For example, you unlock Doma again, so the Empire retreats from Doma, they retreats from South Figaro, they leave the Imperial Station on the right, where we went through to the Esper Cave. They unlock that building there, and there are a lot of items in the basement, and we're gonna need all of them to have enough money for. Oh, we have the shop coming up soonish with where we're gonna buy a lot of rods, and we need still some money for that.
And while this peace treaty session is over, that is it for my shift today. I have been Lore Master Motos, and I am handing off the hosting mic to Yagamoth now for the rest of the run.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Traditionally, I am kind of quiet in Discord. I'm not sure whether Vultus will need to adjust that, but hello. I hope everybody's doing well, and thank you very much to you, Lore Master Motos.
Thank you very much.
I gotta boost Yaga a little bit as soon as I... It's okay though, but I guess it doesn't hurt.
Alrighty, thank you.
Okay, so we got the Charm Bangle, so what I do now is I'm gonna equip the Gale Hairpin and the Charm Bangle. The Gale Hairpin prevents, I think, back attacks. And, oh yeah.
No.
Oh? No, it's
No.
back guard, right?
Yes, the back guard. So we kind of quietly picked those up. Two relics. The Gale Hairpin improves your chances at getting side attacks,
yeah.
which is actually kind of nice. And the back guard protects you from back attacks, so we don't have to see the frame anymore. As long as we have those equipped, we can actually just guarantee that. Well, the Gale Hairpin just gives us a higher chance at a side attack, but the back guard guarantees that we don't get back attack, which is huge, obviously. And then the Charm Bangle, you can't mention this often enough, it halves the amount of encounters you get. Very, very, very important. So, yeah, generally from this point onwards in the run, we want to have 4 accessories on all of your characters, which is Sprint Shoes, always want to have those on, Gale Hairpin, Back Guard, Charm Bangle. Boom. That's the 4 biggest ones that you always want your party to have on, pretty much, at all times.
Yeah, right now I have not the back guard because Locke has the running shoes still equipped. It's not really necessary to equip the back guard here, but we're gonna do that soon as we get more party members again. Okay, so, well, what happened now is we decided to side with the Empire, kinda, because they said, okay, the war, like, in the banquet we did all of that. We were reasoning with them, and we were like, okay, there's peace now, no more wars, nothing. What we're gonna do now is basically, we wanna try to convince the Espers now that they stop their hate against everybody, and we're gonna go to a village that maybe knows something about the Espers now. And we have General Leo here as our trustworthy negotiator for the Empire, basically.
So real quick, I believe the Strago and Realm character names are going to be cut off soon.
Yes, in about 5 minutes or so.
Alright, so if you would like to name a character in Final Fantasy VI, you still have a bit of an opportunity for that. If you'd like to snipe the name for Strago, which currently in the lead is Magus with $1, and the name for Realm is Lucky with $10.
Why I was not surprised about this name.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Strago's last name is actually Magus, which is, I don't know why that is, but sad.
Basically, people want to name him Magus.
Yes, that is correct.
Every character in this name has actually, not every, but most of the characters have actually full names. So Terra is not only called Terra, or Locke is also not only called Locke. They like Terra's full name is Terra Brentford or Bradford, I don't know. And yeah, so on. You're gonna see, I don't think we're gonna see the credits though, because they are way too long, but in the credits you see all their full names, and then the alias that you gave them. Like, even Kefka has a full name. Kefka is called Kefka Palazzo.
How does one figure that one out?
I actually don't know. It's stated in most of the wikis, and maybe you can figure that out somewhere in the game. Or maybe it's in the booklet.
It's either was released somewhere in an official strategy guide or whatever, or they just made a statement about it. I don't think the game tells you anywhere.
What about
Yeah,
Leo?
yeah.
If he has one, I don't know it, actually. But I think Leo is one of the characters that doesn't have a second name. Leo Christoph. Oh, well, as LCC with inside. Okay, this part is unfortunately it's a little tiring here. This is like there's a lot of mashing text here, and
It's the best part of the game. Hello. Don't you like cutscenes?
yeah.
I love cutscenes.
There's quite a lot now where I just have to sit through and mash.
Who
Unfortunately.
would want to skip all of this? I mean, please. I will say though, coming back to the name thing, it is really nice that they started this right here, pretty much. I mean, they retroactively gave other characters last names as well, but this is the first time where it's like officially in the game that your character had a last name. Like for FF4 and FF5, sure, the characters also have last names, right? But those pretty much were applied retroactively more so than, you know, just like the game flat out telling you, hey, this guy has a full name. That's kind of nice.
Batza. Every year if I do the Final Fantasy 4 Job Fiesta, I call him Batza. Okay, as soon as we land, I guess, we can close the Magus and Realm names. Because we are... wait, there's some menuing coming up, but... Anyway...
The Strago name. The Strago name.
The Strago, yeah, sorry.
It's not Magus.
I mean, it might be. It has a pretty good.
This is why I don't run the game anymore, for reference. Not anything else, it's just that.
Okay. But first we have to do... I picked up a lot of items, and well, now we're gonna sell a lot of items. Yeah. No, not the X potions. So I have a bunch of items to sell here.
Yeah, so this is where it all culminates, essentially, like Vultus mentioned. We are going to be able to buy elemental rods here. So our big goal is to get as much money as possible, and we worked towards this for the past pretty much 2 hours, and even before that slightly. So we're going to sell most of the things that we picked up. We're gonna, of course, keep what we need, right? But yeah, essentially, you can see the money amount that we have right now, which is kind of excessive, actually, even for this point in the game. But we're going to be using all of it, pretty much. So we're also going to buy, I think, a couple of items that boost our magic power, if I remember correctly. I think I have Mystery Veil, do we? We do.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than that, it's all going to be dumped into rods, because they're just that good.
I think you're gonna sell the Flame Saber soon, but I'm not sure when. And I think I got everything. The thing is, I went a little bit out of order there, selling everything. I have it listed on my notes, but... Okay. Oop, no. So yeah, we have 4,000 gold left. So, and now it's time for Strago and Realm names.
Alrighty. So, in the last few minutes, we unfortunately have not received any new donations, so the names for Strago is going to be Magus with a capital G, and the name for Realm is going to be Leggy, just Leggy. But either way, everybody, thank you so much for donating for all these incentives. That is greatly appreciated. Even if it's not a whole lot, that is, well, a lot more than you need to give, for so to speak, and everything is, well, greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
It's kind of a little bit unfortunate because we barely use Magus and Leggy here in the run. So.
Yeah. They are kind of hard to get in the World of Ruin. You have to do a bunch of things before you can recruit them, and even then they wouldn't be that great. Strago has some outside uses. He's unfortunately one of the slowest characters, but he has blue magic, which is... It's hard to make useful, but there is some things that could potentially see some use. But again, it's just so out of the way to get him and even get the blue magic that it's not really a thing you can do. Interesting to play around with, though, for sure. But yeah, outside of having him in the party right now, there's not going to be much of Strago in this game.
Yeah, and with that, we have two more characters left with the naming. It's Mog and Gogo. It takes about an hour until we get there, or a little bit longer even, I think. But before that, we still have the Sid naming, yeah, I'm out all of the names. The Sid fate decision, which is in about 40 minutes, I would say. So if you want to see Sid not die, hope you know what to do.
Also interesting here is a prevention of you actually getting stuck that it costs 1 gold, so that you actually can activate the cutscene. It's kind of nice. So they prevented you from, like, let's say you just blew all your money on stuff and then you go, oh, the inn costs 500 gold. Oops.
Well, you always could fight, right?
I mean, yeah, but it's still kind of a nice way of not having to go out of your way to do so.
It's actually funny, it always costs 1 gold. Later they're not gonna increase the costs or something. So this inn is the cheapest one probably you can get. Okay, now we figure out, well, these people can actually use magic, naturally.
I like this Flames Be Gone spell. It's a great one.
Flames Be Gone. Okay, yeah, so Leggy/Realm is inside that building. And it catch fire. So they wanna try to put out the fire now, but, well, they either really bad mages or the fire is really strong.
And Colin just mentioned the lower reason there's too many fire rods inside the building.
Yeah. There are actually some rods inside, you're gonna pick them up though.
Yep.
So now we go in, and this is a place where you have the enemies visible actually, so you could avoid a couple enemies inside. But it's really, really difficult to do that.
Yeah.
There we go.
If you saw like the first couple parts of this, where we had the battles where you have 3 parties where enemies go towards you, we skipped a couple of them by passing them by when they shift their hitbox. Unfortunately, these enemies constantly keep moving, and it is random how they do so. So you can technically get by them if you get favorable patterns, but it is really, really hard to avoid them because they just constantly keep moving and shifting their hitbox back and forth. So it is kind of hard to just like not get any encounters here. Possible in theory, but really, really difficult.
good thing is you can just smoke bomb out of them and they just also disappear from the map, so... It would have been a nightmare if you would actually... if they would not disappear. Okay, I got through the rest pretty good. There are... oops. There are a bunch of fire rods in here. Not fire rods, but there are a couple rods in here we're gonna pick up. Finally, there's an ice rod in here. Alrighty. And we do this.
Right. So now we do a little bit of menuing, and this is where the big payoff happens for our grind. Well, at least you will see what happens if you level magic power quite significantly. So yeah, remember that Terra got about 20 magic power from leveling, which is essentially gave her 50% more. Right now is the payoff. So I also explained how rods work earlier, but I'm gonna just do it again. Essentially, you can break a rod. They have a certain amount of, like, a set amount of power they have, so they will always do the same damage. But it will scale with your magic power, so the higher your magic power is, the more damage the rod will do. And yeah. We're piercing the weakness of the boss here. That's gotta be said as well.
Fortunately, I didn't got the flame saber steel, but, well, that's not too important. But it's a little bit of money, of course, I missed.
Yeah, but you saw how much damage that ice rod did. It's pretty good. Like 8,700 damage, and that's like, even if you have that, which would be like damage on anything else that doesn't like absorb ice, it's kind of insane. And this is just tier 2. You can also break shields in this game, which actually have to tier 3 spell. So you can imagine that that would do even better right now. But unfortunately, you can't just like buy the shields or anything like that, so they are kind of unique. So you kind of want to keep them around for whenever you find them in order to equip them rather than using them. But it's a possibility.
Yeah, we actually break a shield in the run.
Yeah, at the very end, when it doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, that is actually correct. So normally only Espers teach you magic, but there's very few items in the game that if you go to their information, they will actually also teach you magic, including the shields, and they will teach you the tier 2 elemental spells that correspond to them, which is actually kind of interesting. There's a couple other things that you can do. I believe you can learn Ultima from a weapon, if I remember correctly, and all that good stuff. So there's a couple very specific gear choices that can do that for you. Very rare though to have that on an item. So Strago explains to us how it all went down. These are essentially descendants from the War of the Magi, from the bad side of that war, and they are hiding here essentially in order to not like get disturbed by anybody or disturb anybody, and they don't want people to know that they can use magic. But now we know, and he's just kind of explaining that history, and he's telling us, well, if you're looking for espers, there is a place to the west of here that well, draws magic towards it. So that's the next place we're gonna check out, and Strago will guide us there, and officially joins our party right now.
So if I may, real quick.
You may.
Yep.
Excellent. We did receive a $10 donation from Glitchless. Thank you very much for that. And that one goes towards one of our bid wars coming up for Final Fantasy VII to name the Red 13 character. Okay, if I'm not mistaken. Let me actually double check. Oh, Potter, excuse me. That is actually, I was wrong.
I mean, close enough.
Yeah, either way, that is one of those cactus. There's still quite a few cactus you can name, like Barrett has no donations associated with him so far, neither does Tifa. Sid right now has Cookies for $5 in the lead, T-Lover for $1. He is just second on that. We don't have a name for Vincent yet. We can name also for Final Fantasy IV, Cecil, King, Meridia, Tella, Edward, Rosa, and quite a lot of them. So if you'd like to donate towards this, well, good cause to say the least. That we have plenty of incentives for you to check out if you would like to, let's say, influence the runs a little bit.
Alright, so this is the place where the Espers apparently reside now, and we're gonna check out this place a little. Ooh, no, Phoenix down. Yeah, I saw that in the meantime, while the last boss was dying, I put all the rods I need to the top of my inventory, so I get faster access to them. And well, we went ahead without Realm, but you see her roaming around here already.
She's quite sneaky though, I didn't notice her.
Yeah. And coming up we have another Ultros fight. And this fight I need to get the steal because Ultros has a white cape and you need that white cape. If I don't steal it I would need to buy it though, so I could save the 4,000 Jill instead.
Yeah, it's a pretty good steal to get. Not the end of the world if you don't get it, but you might run into some issues for the final dungeon preparation, so we kind of want to avoid that. Additionally, this is actually kind of an interesting fight, as there's two phases to it. Phase 1 is essentially you deal some damage and then it will switch into phase 2 from there. But Ultros of course has finite HP, so what we want to try to do is to actually deplete that and end the battle, well, so to speak, prematurely, because what you're supposed to do is trigger phase 2 and then sketch him, and then that ends the battle. But we can just deplete the HP and then go that way and save a little bit of time for the steal. Boo.
Oh, come on! By the way, blind is absolutely... oh, wow. Blind is absolutely not working in this game, so if you get blinded, the only thing you have is the cool shades on your head. Wow, a 4 steal that's not working, what the hell? And he killed Magus.
Yikes.
I need to revive him now.
That seems about right. I feel that. Yeah, if you give him too much time, this guy's actually kind of strong, surprisingly. He has some pretty nasty attacks, so you definitely don't want to do that, but yeah. So the plan right now is to use the rods we acquired, or at least a couple of them, to be able to skip having to sketch. The main reason to do that is you might think, well, sketch is just like you sketch and that's it, right? But sketch can miss, so...
I tried to sketch because I want to save a rod.
I see, yeah. Can miss though, so the guaranteed way and a little bit faster way, because you don't get any additional dialogue, is to just deplete his HP. He's weak to fire and thunder, which is kind of nice, but yeah.
So,
I guess
Realm decides to join now.
Yeah.
And as Maga said, at least I tried to sketch the boss. It ends the fight immediately, but it can miss though. And well, if you would be in the wrong version, it could go horribly wrong here, I guess, with the sketch glitch.
Now you'd have to do some setup for the sketch glitch.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you also avoid... This is like a scripted... He buffs himself scripted, just like Gilgamesh does in FF5. So, by trying to go for the quick kill, you would also avoid that. Losing time, mate. You're losing time.
I know. I don't care.
Dang. You might lose characters too, eventually.
Today is not my day.
Hey man, you could have just gone for the quick kill. Just don't be greedy.
Oh, he hits Drago though. Okay, fuck it now.
You mean Magus?
Oh, it's not even enough. Dang, no, I just wasted a rod. No, I just wasted a rod. Yeah, okay, I don't know. I just gonna. I hope the.
Did you know that Sketch can miss, by the way?
What is the chance for Sketch to hit if I'm...
It's actually pretty high though that it hits.
Yeah.
There we go.
It shouldn't be that low. I actually don't know the formula. You can definitely look it up. There's a very nice, what's it called? I'm missing the word right now. There's a very nice FAQ out there on Game FAQs that explains how most of the things in this game work and like how the commands work. So you could look it up there if you wanted to. I don't remember really because you don't use Sketch at all ever. So I don't actually know that offhand. Algorithms FAQ, that's what I wanted. Alright. Took like a minute to remember that. But yeah, there is one of those out there that is very, very good for this game.
Alright, well now we wasted the fire rod and it took forever. Fantastic. But Ultros doesn't give you anything, so we did not miss out on experience or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the Esper place here. And now, well, the only thing I have to do is pretty much mash the A button now for 10 minutes. Because this is big story time.
Yeah, there is quite a few cutscenes going to be happening here that actually don't really do a whole lot plot-wise. It can be summarized within like 3 sentences, really. And you see most of the important things that happen anyways. So if you have been watching for like 4 hours, this would be a good time to take a break. Just like stretch a little bit, get something to eat, some food, some water, I don't know. Whatever floats your boat, really.
So yeah, to sum up everything, well, the Espers are not evil, and now Leo and the Espers try to make peace now, as soon as we're out of the cave. And as you may remember from the banquet, Kefka apparently got into jail, but that was just a trick of the Empire, especially Gestahl. So they are still evil, and since they know how to transform Espers into the Magicides now, well, this is free food here, basically. Look at the amount of Espers that are around here. And, well, yeah, they just sent us here to find all these Espers, basically, so they can turn them into Magicide. And with enough power, in the end, they can raise the floating continent, or I hope that's not completely wrong now, but basically that's it. And also apparently not all of the not all of the Empire units got like involved into that plan, so basically only that was only a plot from Kefka and Gestahl. So Leo is on our side now, and you maybe remember I put Bannon into front row really early in the run, like 3 hours ago. Bannon I put into front row, and well, as I said, Bannon was a character that you only have for a limited time, and well, now you're gonna get control of Leo, and Leo and Bannon, like they use these side character slot, and since I put Bannon in front row, Leo is also now in front row. Otherwise I would have to do this now, because as I said, you get a Leo fight now, a solo Leo fight. And if he wouldn't be in front row, the fight would be actually risky though. But in front row, that shouldn't be that big of a deal, hopefully. Because Leo has probably one of the most amazing abilities in this game. So Leo has the amazing ability. I think it is a relic, I think. But he has the amazing ability to attack 4 times in a row. Alright, here we are. So if he would be in back row, it would be only 150 damage around. You can die in this fight, but let's hope it's not gonna happen though.
I recommend you don't do that.
Yeah. Ugh. There should be one more attack. Yeah, here Leo's special ability is Shocker, but Shock. The normal attack is way better. Well, say goodbye to Leo, though.
Bye, Leo.
Yeah, F. Well, that's Leo. Well, now more Espers breaking free through the sealed gate. But unfortunately, Kefka is getting more and more power, so... And with that, we're also getting kinda close to the end of the World of Light. We have a fight coming up here where I don't have any control over. Can go, I don't want to say wrong, but well, some Espers try to fight Kefka here, of course. They're not gonna let them just take them right away. And let's see. The best thing is if he blocks all the spells. Nope. Nope. No, of course not. So, well, it's not much though, but if he blocks these spells, then the animation is a little bit shorter.
Did he not block a single spell?
Nope, he didn't block the single spell. He ate all of them.
I don't think I've ever seen that. He has, like, Kefka actually, again, is in your party for this battle, and he has equipment on that should prevent at least, like, 2 out of 3 mathematically, so... Well, that's pretty unfortunate.
I mean, this run is special already. The steel missed like 5 times, and then the sketch also.
I mean, it's okay. As long as we block later on, it's all fine.
Yeah. Yes, the Kefka, the final boss fight is something special, and it probably needs some explanation then. So yeah, Leo died, unfortunately. And Shadow is missing. And all the other group members, they've also finally come over here with the airship. I mean, they stayed at the headquarters of the Imperial Army, so... Okay, and finally, I get some control again, hopefully, over the game. And I can do something. Well, soon. Soon.
So maybe if we have some time, I could do some announcements.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Alright, thank you very much. So, there's currently no new donations. However, I would like to mention to everybody that, welcome, we are here in Speedrun Ragnarok supporting Pig. And Take This is a mental health non-profit organization, and their main mission is to inform the gaming community about mental health issues, provide education on different disorders and prevention techniques, and reduce the overall stigma around mental illness. Also, there is various donations and incentives that you could donate for if you were so inclined, and among other things, you could, for example, decide on whether Sid is going to live or die. Until 6, I believe, relatively soon coming up. So currently in the league, I believe it's that Sid dies with $60, where Sid lives. Nobody wants Sid to live apparently, because that is still at $0. However, there's also other characters to be named in the near future. Well, not sure how near that is, but Final Fantasy 6 also has a character named Mark, which is an adorable little Moogle. And currently the name in the league is Couch with $5, and Rhythm with $4 is close behind. Then also we have to name Gogo, and that one, well, let's put it this way, Syl is named Gogo, or Gogo's named Syl currently with $240, so that is kind of firmly locked in, but maybe somebody likes Gogo a lot and just wants to name Gogo anything particularly specific. So, once again, we are supporting the charity Take This. Any proceeds from donations, but also from the merchandise, goes directly to them.
Alright, so this is the floating continent now. That's where we go next. Only Kefka and Gisht are there. So basically the Empire doesn't exist anymore.
And this is where the real game starts.
Yes.
Before we go though, we have to do a couple things to set up really quickly. So you're supposed to go onto the floating continent with 3 party members, which we block out really quickly by putting 4 in the game telling us, hey, no, it's 3, but we want to just quickly move around a couple of equipment pieces and accessories to set up properly here, and then equip a couple espers, and then we are good to go. We're going to be going with Edgar, Celeste, and Terra. If you remember, we grinded Terra, so she's by far the strongest character we have right now, and Edgar and Celeste will be available to us in the World of Ruin at the very start, so we want to get them some experience and magic points. Well, Edgar mostly magic points, Celeste mostly experience, really, but, you know, you get the idea. And, this is actually going to be a quiet, long part with a couple boss fights, and a couple forced fights. Most of which are actually kind of interesting, especially in Glitchless, because you can't just joker doom them.
Yes.
Very fun. But for starters, before we can actually board the floating continent, they will try to stop us with the Imperial Air Force. And the way this works is that they are going to throw 6 battles at us here with Sky Armor and Spitfire. And the way we want to get rid of these guys is very simple. We have Ramu on Terra, and we're just going to use Ramu, and it will one-shot them because our magic stat is just so busted that will do that. However, these guys actually can dish out, like you see, quite a bit of damage. So, if we get the opportunity, we want to use Runic with Celos in these battles in order to absorb the spell, which can be quite handy, and additionally, we probably will have to heal at least every second battle, sometimes every battle. So we'll have to see how that goes, but yeah.
Depends on the absolute zero amount.
Exactly.
And now we see Runic in action though. Oh, another one. The absolute zero is not blockable by the Runic, which is unfortunate. Only the other attacks are blockable. There are 6 battles here of these Sky Armor attacks, and all of them go basically the same. Also kinda sucks that Edgar dies, because you need Edgar, like...
Yeah, Edgar is the big one. He needs to learn Doom, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't have Showed right now, but still sucks because he needs levels and stuff.
I see. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, this is like kind of where, like, for most of the part of the game, or it used to be this way, most categories would play almost the same up until this point, and this is where the first big divergence happens, depending on what category you played. It's different these days because of multiple glitches being found that make it so that things go a bit differently, but yeah. Some routes in some categories used to have Edgar learn Doom, and if you died, you need to do some stuff, some levels, all that. Guess we have enough from the gauntlet in the Magitek factory to learn Doom in time.
So if you have another moment.
Streamer? Do we have a moment?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Alrighty. Real quick, we did receive a $10 donation from Smapty. I apologize, I don't know how to pronounce that, but thank you very much. And the donation comment reads, I'll in all likelihood fall asleep as soon as the Final Fantasy VII run is going. So this will hopefully let me at least be there for Netara's Final Fantasy IV run in spirit. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we just have like one more battle. Then I need to change a couple things in the menu, and then we fight Ultros again for the last time.
For the first time, for the last time. I mean, what?
No, absolute zero.
You have been pretty unlucky with that, actually.
And Edgar died again.
Okay.
It's quite normal though. I always get it that often.
Yeah, for those who are just joining, enemies generally have, or they are coded in a way where they have 3 options they can choose as for what they are doing with their turn, and it's set what options they have. So these Sky Armors have a 33% chance to execute that ability, essentially. I believe it's 66% actually, because you have the option twice, but still, you can also get different stuff from them. And it's quite unlucky to get absolute zero in every single battle. Alright, so now we're gonna fight Ultros again, and as you can see, he did bring a friend, but that doesn't quite start off the battle here. So the way this works is you need to do, as always with Ultros, if you do a little bit of damage, he does something wacky. So that's just how Ultros operates, right? So we're gonna start off by just doing some damage, and then he's doing something wacky. He calls his friend Chupon. And yeah, Ultros still has the same weaknesses as always, but this battle is, again, kind of a special battle because it has Ultros in it. So all you have to really do is deplete the HP of one of the two. No, you have to deplete Chupon's HP actually, or bring him down to where he will be triggered to do a certain attack, which is called Sneeze. And unlike Ultros, he actually has different weaknesses, and you want to use Ice on him instead of like Fire or Thunder, which would actually be a bad idea. Don't do that. That's bad. But yeah, since we have the rods in there so broken, then we will be able to do this reasonably quickly, and the fight's over really.
And we go directly into the next fight.
Yes, so he sneezes you off the airship. Nice, by the way, and then you fight the actual Air Force, like it's a robot called the Air Force, and this one's very easy. It's kind of a difficult battle if you let this guy like float around for too long, but he only has 8,000 HP, and our rods do a little bit more damage than that, so we can just throw a rod and that's that. He's kind of an interesting boss though. If you actually draw out the fight a little bit, he will absorb your magic, do like all kinds of weird AoE attacks, but unfortunately he doesn't have the time to do that, so he's just toast pretty quickly.
The only thing you need to pay attention to is that you actually target the body. The Air Force is also split in 3 parts, and basically two arms and the main body, and you need to pay attention that you actually target the main body with the Thunder Rod.
Exactly. So up until this point in the game, whenever we got a random encounter, we were able to run away from it. Pretty much no exception, other than special fights, like at the start of the game, where the Lobos and the Bowmen blocked us from running away. Here on the floating continent, however, there is a very nice enemy called the Ninja. And the Ninja doesn't let you just run away.
Why you have to say his name?
No. I'm sorry. Like, these guys are just like, no, you don't run, my friend. I'm sorry. Oh man, and he cancels your vanish status? That's just mean, dude.
Yeah, fantastic.
That's just mean. Yeah, these guys are actually really strong, and they have some pretty bad AoE moves. And the biggest problem right now is that he has to reapply Phantom for the setup for the next battle. But yeah, you can't run away from them, you have to kill them. Fortunately, they are weak to Thunder, so we can use the Thunder Rods in order to get rid of them, but yeah. The problem is we have a little bit of a grind set up here, or we're trying to set it up by using Phantom earlier and then preserving the Vanish status. Any spell, unfortunately, cancels out Vanish, so that needs to be reapplied right now.
Yeah, the enemy I'm grinding on now, that's gonna be a... If you don't vanish, you just die, flat out.
Pretty much. Hey man, Wells, hey. I got enough ninjas in my life, okay? I don't need that.
Okay, I imped both of my characters. So you maybe I vanish first and then I unvanish them again. So yeah, you only wanna get experience here with Celes though. And this enemy always counters twice and then with a throat jab as well. So
yeah, so this guy would hit you a lot.
Yeah,
if
you see how much
not
damage he
banished.
does. So we're gonna kill off the other two, and then we're gonna finish him off with Celes, so she gets all the experience from this dude.
Yeah, this essentially helps us with the start of the World of Ruin by just giving Celes a little bit of a push here. We also have Zone Seek equipped for this battle in order to push her magic power. This guy drops a ton of experience comparatively to what you can get at this point, so it's a nice and quick way to just like give Celes a huge boost. Out of magic me.
Yeah. I picked up a lot of elixirs though, so we're good. Okay, and
yeah, never forget the good old set of Charm Bangle, Gale Hairpin Backguard. You always want to have those on your party. Which makes it kind of easy to actually, like, you would think, oh, there's a lot of menuing in this game, but generally it's pretty much just that. You just want that on. And then for certain instances you take it off and then you want to put it back on. That's pretty much all the menuing you have to do.
oh, more ninjas.
That these are not my responsibility, okay? I'm just gonna point that out right now.
So, also, by the way, we talked about seed manipulation and step route. Funnily enough, for whatever reason, the floating continent cancels straight everything, though. So there is no seed setup here. Like everything here is frame based.
It's a bit special, yeah. For
So
whatever reason.
it's a special place. You cannot go after your steps anymore, and there's no like every encounter here is random. So.
Which is fun because ninjas are here. Right, the biggest downfall with getting too many ninjas is that you use too many thunder rods, which I don't think is going to be the case here, but we should still be fine, but yeah.
Okay. I had to kill this one. I didn't have to kill specifically this one, but I needed to kill something here because Celes needs to be level 19.
Yeah, I think you were doing pretty good on ninjas though.
Yeah. I'm not allowed to use another Thunder Rod because otherwise I not manage to have enough for Atma. And I also need some rods for the final boss of the floating continent.
You could do a wacky strat for that one if you don't have one.
I just know the boss is immune to magic, that's the problem. That's why I need a rod, I think.
Yeah. Nah, whatever.
I don't know any difference. Like any other strat.
No. You do you. You do you.
That's why I have a 4 Thunder Rod, that's exactly how much I need though for the rest. I hope so.
Yeah.
He got stopped, that's why.
Hey man, it's your run. Like you gotta know.
Yeah.
I don't.
So I need 3 Thunder Rods for Atma, and I need 1 for the boss. Then I have exactly. And I don't know the wacky strats, so that's why.
It's slow, but whatever. I mean, you don't need it. Nice crit. Nice stop.
It's always the character that's supposed to use the smoke bomb.
Their game is on point, dude. I don't know.
Okay, here you could go back to your airship if you want. If you don't want, because then I would have to do everything again here.
Raise your hand if you accidentally did that the first time you played the game casually. I sure did.
I also did that. Not casually, but actually when I learned the speedrun.
Yeah, it's just so counterintuitive.
And the thing is, you hold down there because you go downstairs, and then when you keep holding down in the menu, it keeps going to the bottom choice.
Yeah. Right, so coming up we have a very, very tough boss fight. Atma Weapon, by far the strongest boss we've seen so far. At a whopping 24,000 HP. Very, very strong attacks, and we have a couple nice ways to actually be dealing with that. First and foremost, most of Atma's attacks are magic-based. So one way to block spells that Atma Weapon casts is to...
Edgar's low on magic, and they have enough for slow though, luckily.
Ooh. One way to protect yourself against some of the spells is to get Reflect up, which we do by summoning Carbuncle. Additionally, Atma Weapon are actually vulnerable to slow, as you can see, so we'll be using that. And now, I believe it's 3 phases that Atma goes through in his AI script, and it's dependent on how much HP Atma has left. So at the start of the battle, there'll be no devastating attacks really from Atma. They are still annoying, but you know, things you can manage. And the more damage you do, it will switch AI script, and when it does, it gets some really, really bad stuff, including stuff like Quake, Flare Star, all the nasty things that really would probably just one-shot you, essentially. However, combining slow with us doing weight tricking and then just like bursting out as much damage as we can go through the HP pool so fast that we will actually end up killing Atma before it gets another turn, which is pretty nice. You have to have Terra morph for that though, essentially giving her the magic boost and using rods, and this is the biggest reason to do, especially in Glitchless, to do that magic grind. Or the grind with Terra, because then you can just like use this really, really quick strat in order to get rid of Atma Weapon just like that.
Yeah, oof. I had it happen. Like even you use Carbuncle with Reflect. The thing is, the Quake ability it's magic, but it still goes through your Reflect.
Yeah, if you're not careful.
And it pretty much kills Edgar though, since he is pretty low. And you need everyone alive, because Atma gives a lot of magic points for your Espers. And if you have Edgar dead at the end of the fight, well, have fun learning Doom on here. Like,
I mean,
you should be close to finishing learning Doom now.
Just wait for Shadow. Problem solved.
Wait for Shadow.
Yeah. That's how you learn Doom. I don't know. Sounds like a good plan to me.
So we should be good.
Can you save him?
He could. It would just cost 5 minutes. Up to the streamer, really.
I don't think so. It's really tight with the estimate already, so I don't want to slow that even more down. And we still have Kefka fight coming up. The final boss fight, and I hope everything goes right there, but you know.
I think Shadow would help you in the Kefka fight, I'm pretty sure.
Well, even if you save Shadow here, you still have to pick him up in the world of Ruin though.
Yeah. Shadow is a force to be reckoned with, to be fair. Like, his throw ability is very strong because it mostly just scales based off of the power of the weapon you throw and then his level. So he can be made pretty strong pretty fast. But it's just like the combination of unfortunate events surrounding him that make him unviable for a speedrun, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's just wrong, Atara. Come on.
He's an awesome character. I like him. Like he's good in battle. I had like in the last holiday event of the 4-drop fiesta, where you got 4 characters. Like you had to play this game, and you got 4 characters assigned, and I had Shadow in there. That was pretty amazing.
Yeah, I dare say Shadow is definitely top 3 character in this game. Like just like utility-wise, probably, since it's so easy to make him very, very strong.
Yep, Kefka got stabbed and is angry now.
I mean, to be fair, if you get stabbed, you might get a little bit angry, right? I mean, I don't know. Personally, I would.
I'm not sure how much power I would have to be so angry. And yes, Merton, you hopefully not you see that again, but the spell Merton is the translation gibberish for meltdown.
Yeah, which at this point in the franchise was still one of the strongest spells in the game. That changed at some point, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a strong spell, and then it also reduces your armor. Well, with that, yeah, we went over a couple events here. Now, Kefka killed Gestalt here, and now he's in charge by only himself. And these 3 statues are basically the balance of life. And if you move them around, well, bad things can happen, though. So yeah, the floating continent breaks down now, it loses its power, and that's how the world of ruin is gonna start to exist, because, well, it's basically like a meteor hit the Earth. And we get a different world. We have, I think, 5 minutes here, so... Just wanna... I got healed for free, that's nice.
Yeah, 5 minutes, you gotta wait for Shadow.
6 minutes, actually. Even 6 minutes. Alright, there are these encounters here. They are not too bad, though. The only thing that can happen here is if they actually... Oh, come on. They have this freeze ability, so that's pretty annoying. If Terra gets frozen, then you will...
Yeah, so you can actually also get random encounters here, which are also the naughties, but there's also some set points here where it will just like flat out give you an encounter. It's just set to give you an encounter there, which is kind of annoying, but yeah. So you would have to fight, I think it's at least 2 naughties, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think you can manipulate that now, but I don't know how. I haven't checked that out yet. Still no Doom though. For Edgar.
Gotta wait for Shadow. Gotta wait for Shadow.
Oh, wow, I get an encounter right next to this.
Oh yeah, these naughties are actually quite naughty. They have a lot of HP actually, which we barely are able to one-shot them with Terra, as is.
Okay, so Narapa here is unfortunately immune to magic, so I need to use my last Thunder Rod for that.
I think she just has auto-reflect, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but I tried to use Bolt 2 here because one run I run out of Thunder Rods, and I tried to use Thunder, like Volt 2 on her, and it was either no damage or she didn't die from that. Okay, and there's Doom, right in time. So, and by Shadow.
No!
Okay, well, now the floating continent crumbles and falls on Earth. And, well, unfortunately, even we escaped with our airship, the airship gets hit and breaks down. And that causes that all the party members get scattered around the world, and we start with only Sellers in the World of Ruin.
Man, you took the joke away. That's where the game ends.
Yeah.
Because
That's where
everybody
the game
dies.
ends. And it's a cutscene, and I really need to go to the toilet again. So I'm glad I'm getting this cutscene here. Alright, be right back. Enjoy the cutscenes.
But the future refused to change. I mean, what?
I mean, time does flow like a river. Or does it? So, how do you like this game, I guess?
Good game. Definitely one of my favorites in my childhood. Right, these days, still think it's a good game, but not one of my favorites anymore.
Interesting. Fair point.
Right, so I believe that this would be the cutoff for the Sid's fate, which I unfortunately just checked. Yagamus can confirm with me, but I think it's an unfortunate result here.
Yes, indeed. Quite an unfortunate result for both the runner, but also for Sid. And this means Sid is going to die. You have decided with your donation. Thank you for the donation. But also, poor Sid.
Alright, yeah, so Sid has to die. Okay, so we are starting the World of Ruin now. And as I said, all the party we gathered together are now scattered around the world. And, well, we're starting off with Celes now. And we are alone with Sid here. On a small island. By the way, 1 year passed now, so... So we are alone with Sid on this island, and well, Sid is pretty weak as well. Like, Celes was in coma for 1 year, and well, Sid is also not the strongest boy anymore. So what we're gonna do now is, or what you can do here basically is, so what you have to do is you can collect fish and feed up Sid again, so he gets healthy and survives. Or the other way is you let him die. So there are several ways to do this, 2 ways actually. So the first and easy way would be we're just gonna wait and don't give him any fish. So he just slowly drains his HP away and he dies at some point. Okay, but we can do it a little bit faster though, because there are fishes in the water that are poisonous and drain HP actually. So what I'm gonna try is I try to collect only these slow swimming fishes, which are the poisonous fishes, and feed him these. So we actually actively kill him basically. Why is it so messed up here? Okay, also, before we're gonna do that, we have one more reset and like one more seed reset basically. Okay. Oops. So that adjusts my seed for the level grind later. Where we're gonna give a lot of levels to Margie here. Alright, so we only take the slow fishes. Oh, come here. There we go. So there are 3 types of fishes. There are the fast fishes, they give a lot of HP back. Then you have the medium fishes, which are, well, normal. And then slow fishes, which are always bad. Like these are slow fishes. And I think it also depends on the spawning point. Like, the normal fishes can be healthy or dangerous, depending on where they appear. Oh, this is not good. You're gonna reset the beach by just talking to Sid. Not getting bad fishes though.
I do believe Sid also kind of loses HP over time.
Ah, come here.
That is correct.
So here you see all kinds of fishes right now. Oh, he's dead already. Well, we are bad fishermen. Oh, fisherwoman. Well, so if you save him, which is a lot of fishing, and you can manipulate the fishing, but I have no idea how it works actually.
Yeah, this might be an excellent time to mention that you're currently watching Speedrun Ragnarok, and we are proud to benefit to take this again this year. And take this helps people in the gaming community suffering from mental illness by letting them know that they are not alone, and their struggles and their treatment options out there to help. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, Celeste tries to take her life here by jumping off the cliff, since she lost the only person. She knew Sid quite a while. He was basically like a father for her, and she's alone now on this island, and she doesn't even know if there's anybody still out there. So she just tried to end it, but it didn't work out quite well. Luckily.
I was about to say it worked out quite well. Let's.
And now she takes new hope because there's this bird, and this bird has a bandana around its neck.
Can't believe this bird is not a jerk.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
And now she takes hope again that there may be. Well, this Locke's bandana, so she takes hope again that he's alive. So she don't want to end her life anymore and want to get off this island. How are we gonna do this? Well, Sid didn't only sleep in his bed all the time. He actually created a raft. We're gonna use that now. And off we go. So the fishing is something. That was actually quite fast Sid death though, but still, you see how long this cutscene is here. It is still faster if you're gonna feed him the good fish and let him alive. So.
Tell that to my PB, dude.
Yeah. Well, my PB is also. I think if you're like. That was probably on par with my PB, but I saved Sid in my PB. Okay, now we wander around in the world of Ruin.
Yeah, so for starters here, I mean, I kept telling you guys that you want to have 4 relics equipped at all times. But right now, we only have 1 party member, so we're going to have to make do with sprint shoes and the charm bangle for the time being, which means we are slightly more vulnerable to back attacks, and we won't get as many preemptives as we would normally. So this actually kind of also puts us in a pretty difficult spot in the upcoming dungeon, because well, we're going to be alone with Celeste, and if we get a bit of bad luck, that could mean that well, we might not live through that dungeon. So I recommend saving before we do that.
I do that. By the way, you could, like, what you want to do now is, of course, you want to gather your party again. And we technically could pick up 7 at this point already. The problem is, Celis is level 19 right now, so if 7 joins the party, he's gonna be either also level 19 or level 20. So we're gonna leave 7 behind for now and pick him up later when we're gonna have a higher average level. So 7 joins not on level 20, we joins on level about, I think it's 26 or so. So the first character we're gonna pick up will be Edgar.
Yeah, and you're pretty much forced to do so. Like, there's no.
Yeah, you have to get 3 characters, otherwise you cannot enter Kefka's Tower. And Edgar and Setzer are the only forced characters you have to pick up. And then you technically could do Kefka's Tower with Celis, Edgar, and Setzer solo. But pro tip: don't do that. Don't do it in a speedrun for sure. Alright, this is Nikea. We know this town already from earlier. That's where you bought the smoke bombs for the first time. And now we're gonna do some more shopping here, and I need to pay attention to my money actually.
Yeah, so we're going to sell a couple of things because we want to buy a weapon called the Enhancer, which has some magic evasion on it. And why that's important, we're going to get to that in a little bit. But we also want to buy a Bard's Head and a couple other things. And the reason he actually has to pay attention to his money is not because he has to pay attention to how much money he has, but the ones digit of your gold. That's actually the important one. The thing is, there is a boss that has an attack that we're going to meet relatively shortly with, that is based on the ones digit of your money. So you want to pay attention to the fact that it's not going to be bad for you, essentially.
Yeah, you need to pay attention. Like, I need the last digit needs to be not a 1 or a 9. So it was a 7, so we're good there. If it would have been, I would need to sell some. Mostly you're gonna sell the Dirk, because it gives you 5 Jill, so... You see, money is always tight. I only have 5,000 right now. Yeah, this is Gerard. He looks like Edgar, and he also acts like Edgar.
Seems like a totally different person to me, honestly.
Yeah. Gerard's an anagram for Nikos. Yeah, exactly. So you know, if you take Gerard and you replace just 5 letters of his name, you get Nikos. Some mind-blowing facts right here. Okay, I got everything I need so far. I have a little bit of money left over, that's fine. And, well, we sneaked on the same boat as Gerard now. We're gonna following him because he wanna break into Figaro Castle
to steal all the treasure.
Yep. Not here. NPC. No! I cannot go in there!
Well, nice game, nice run.
Yeah. It's not like... In Final Fantasy V at least, you can push the characters, the NPCs around if they block your way, but in this game you just... Well, you just get blocked all the time.
No, we're actually getting a chocobo here for like 5 steps, but
yeah, but you don't wanna get any random encounters on the world map.
yeah.
You're gonna save here 420, no 410, no 420, never mind. 20 minutes in game time.
Yeah, so this is the aforementioned dungeon that we now have to go through, and we're all alone, so pretty dangerous if we get a bad formation, a back attack, or whatever, so safety first, for sure. Usually it should turn out just fine, but...
Yeah, the problem is these neck hunters here, this dude on the bottom left, they have an ability that can muddle you, so you get confused, and well, I have a great highlight on my channel where I found 2 of these neck hunters and I got pincer attacked by them, then I got confused, and then Celis bioed herself. And run was over.
That's a great highlight.
Yeah. Okay, keep following them. Alright, preemptive. Preemptive always means run away. Alright, we are already in Figaro Castle. It is under the desert right now. And it cannot start this engine because there's something blocking it. Oh, there we go.
Please cast fire.
She used runic.
Oh boy.
Okay, I got since that's 4 enemies, most of like the mad sickle confuses you, but luckily the other enemy just attacks you normally, and you get out of confusion. But if you have 2 of these stupid enemies and they both use mad sickle at you, that's
Alright, so we made it all the way here, and well, upcoming is one of the toughest bosses in the game actually. Specifically if you don't pick up Sabin, because you are just 1 character down. We're going to be fighting what blocks the engine here, which are 4 tentacles, and they can be quite annoying. They have a lot of attacks that either slow you or they can pick you up, and that's really, really bad because losing a character if you only have 2, for instance, if they pick you up is terrible. Fortunately, since we have the running shoes on, we're protected against at least that with Celeste. Can't be protected against it with Edgar, but you know. All of these tentacles have different amounts of HP and weaknesses, so we're going to pretty much try to mow them down one by one. The bottom left one, fortunately, is not immune to gravity attacks, which Doom is also part of, so we can try to Doom hit that one. But the rest we'll have to deal with just by doing flat damage, and that's where the rods come into play once more. I'm just going to throw a couple rods and hope that everything dies, and if not, we'll just top it off with drill or flash or whatever.
yeah, drill doesn't drill won't be a thing though.
I see.
Well, maybe. I don't know if he drills right away after he gets freed now. Oh, I can still drill though. And apparently the top left one also didn't die. Oh well, never mind. Alright.
Yeah, this fight only really becomes dangerous if they get too many turns, because they can cast Poison, which is annoying and deals a little bit of damage, and they can also cast Bio, which is very annoying and does a lot of damage, so you definitely don't want to see that, but we get through just fine.
Alright, with that we have Edgar/Nikos back in our party.
Which also means we can equip the Gale Hairpin and the Blackheart again.
Where's the Gale? I hate the amount.
How are you gonna keep on the rounding shoes? That makes sense, because then you can just smoke pump really quickly.
There's not really anything too dangerous coming up, so... As soon, like, now we're gonna get Setzer. Need to sort my rods to the top again. Especially the fire. I only have fire and ice rods left, so... Alright, so now the engine works again, that means the castle works again as well, and now we go to Kolingen again, and that's where we're gonna find Setzer. And well, yeah. Setzer, we lost the airship, but, well, Setzer is... Well, he knows that there exists another airship. Well, we basically get a little bit of back information of Setzer's life and everything now. Alright. Up high. Just to top right away. Alright, this is where we're gonna find Setzer, right here. Or Modos. So he knows there's another airship. Well, it was in possession of Setzer's friend. So there were basically two airships ever. And one of them had Setzer, well, that's broken down now. And the other one was in possession of Daryl. And, well, Daryl's tomb is close by here. And that's where the other airship is located as well.
Yeah, because that fits down there. Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty straightforward dungeon for the most part. The one gimmick that dungeon has is we haven't encountered a lot of like undead enemies up until this point, but few here and there. It pretty much exclusively contains undead enemies, as it's a tomb. And the gimmick of those is that actually almost for the first time ever, the zombie status effect is actually something you have to watch out for, because every single enemy down here will be able to inflict it on you. Fortunately, whenever you do get into an encounter, you will, like 99% of the time, get the turn before the enemies do, so you won't have to worry about that, but yeah. It's definitely something to be prepared for when going down here.
Yeah, luckily most of these enemies are kind of slow, or they not do much. Yeah, this is a little bit like a maze here. There's a lot of switches you have to press and a lot of things you have to do. It's a little bit puzzle dungeon. Alright, yeah, we keep just running away from everything. And there are a couple of items we're gonna pick up here as well. One is really, really important though. First we pick up the crystal mail here, which is basically a lot of money. Most of the items in here have, like, most of the items you can pick up here only are worth 1 gil, so it's not really worth it to pick up anything else in here. So you can open the door to the boss, and now I'm gonna pick up probably the most important item in here, the experience egg. That is a relic that doubles the experience gain you get per fight.
For the character that wears it.
Yeah, for the character that has it equipped, yes. Oh, so much to the zombie status.
Haha. Nice Jinx Magus.
Yeah. Also, zombies don't run away.
Yeah, zombies count as dead characters actually, but still absorb the XP if I remember correctly in this game, which is pretty annoying.
Okay, we are nearly done here. There's pretty much only the boss left and a couple random encounters, of course.
There's actually sort of a mini boss here that you could fight, but it's definitely not worth it. Which has, I believe, a claw for Sabin. I don't even know if it's the Tiger Fangs or Dragon. I don't remember. One of the two. Either way, remember how we paid attention to our money? This is exactly why this next boss coming up here. He's gonna open with a move called level Pearl. And the question mark is essentially your 1st digit of your money. So you gotta pay attention that it's not the multiple of the level you are. Which in this run, we're all level 19, so it's pretty easy to avoid, but yeah, still have to kind of watch out to not have that be a bad number, or else that move will pretty much kill you, like, just like that.
Yeah. You need to pay attention if you get a level higher or not on the floating continent with sellers.
It'd be really cool if you could learn level Pearl as a blue magic spell. That'd be great. Unfortunately, you can't.
So the boss uses Reflect on Setzer here, because he has the wall ring equipped. So that brings him out of the invisibility, which is nice, because you wanna have him hurt himself. So he needs to survive the fight, because he's gonna learn fire for the sake of unfreezing. And, but you wanna have him fainted pretty soon, though.
Yeah, so this boss actually, it uses Ice and Ice 3 to attack you, which I don't know why Dolahan would do that, but hey, that's how it is. And it actually has a kind of interesting thing to circumvent you using Reflect. So you have the wall ring, so you always have Reflect, right? But if you just cast Reflect, the Reflect question mark will remove it and slow you down, actually. Like, it inflicts slow and removes Reflect from your character, which is a very innovative way to actually counter a pretty clever strategy of blocking his attacks, so it actually would hurt you. But since you have the wall ring on, you'll keep the Reflect up, and it doesn't matter, really.
Well, that's actually fine that it's actually fine that Setzer died because he needs to die anyway soon.
Now we have abused Vanish quite a bit, but I believe we will abuse it even more right now for the next upcoming parts.
Yeah.
First of all, we get a little bit of backstory about who Daryl is. Good friend of Setzer, they used to do airship races and all that good stuff. But then one day, all that was found was the wreck of Daryl's airship. RIP. It's okay though, we're gonna use it now to save the world, so it's all good.
Yeah. So, and basically what Setzer did, he repaired the airship and put it down here to the tomb as well. It was kind of fascinating that he all did this by himself, like burying an airship underwater or something, or underground. Is nothing you can just easily do, I guess. So yeah, now, well, technically now, after we get access to the airship now, we could technically go to the final dungeon and beat Kefka, as I said. Because now we have 3 party members and we have the airship, which we need to get access to the final dungeon. But we are not quite there yet. If I would go to final dungeon right now, I probably would just die horribly to random trash.
That reminds me, the cutoff for the names for Gogo and Mog are probably going to come up rather soon.
Yes, soon. So what's coming up now is the level grind coming. I'm gonna grind Sellers to level 42. That sounds like a lot because she's level 19 right now, but that goes quite fast though. Why level 42? Well, on level 42 she learns Ice 3. And that's gonna be the main spell we're gonna use for everything coming up basically. And the other thing we're gonna do with the grind is we need a lot of money, since we buy Pearl Rods soon, which are, well, Pearl Rods are basically casting Holy on enemies. This game's called Pearl. So, yeah. We need quite a lot of money as well, and as soon as we're done with the grinding, we pick up Mark. So when I'm done with the grinding, we can close the naming incentive for Mark.
Alrighty, so yeah, you still have a little bit of time to donate for a name if you'd like to choose it. Currently in the lead, we have Couch with $5 and written just behind it with $4. For Gogo, which I presume is going to be a little bit after that, we currently have in the strong lead Sylph with $240. However, there's also other incentives in gold. Specifically for Final Fantasy IV, you can throw Minesy in the trash, which I believe is kind of difficult or something like that. I actually don't really know what it is about, but that sounds kind of fun.
Okay, so I landed here and I fight in this little forest here. There are enemies called Reedfrog and enemies called Mantodias. I prefer Reedfrogs, getting them.
I mean, there's no better way to get money and grind experience than eating frogs, right? So, I mean...
Frogs are friends, not food.
I disagree. And this game does too.
I mean, you don't eat them. You just grind.
No, you freeze them, and then you eat them. That's how it works. I mean... Yes.
Okay,
it's a froxicle.
So I got 6,000 experience out of that, which gave me probably around like 4 levels or something at this point. And yeah. Setzer is down already, so you don't get any experience, and but we don't let Edgar run away all the time, so I'm just gonna he's dooming himself now.
Yeah, this is where we cheat again. Remember how it's glitchless? Well, there is a glitch in the game that if you have the Vanish status on, all spells will just ignore spell evasion, so they will guaranteed land. It's a glitch. And you can literally use that. It bypasses immunity too, so you can use that on stuff that it shouldn't work on. Which Edgar can obviously be hit by Doom, but it's not guaranteed, so it's a little bit of a cheat, but we allow it.
Vanish Doom Keeper, yeah. I mean, you can apply Vanish to enemies, but not with Phantom itself, like not with the Phantom effect.
You
but...
can.
Yeah, if you learn it. You learn
Just
Vanish
gotta
spell.
confuse yourself. See?
Oh yeah, you can confuse yourself and then Vanish the enemy as well.
And then Phantom, yeah. It works.
So yeah, we leave the other two characters fainted, and we just grind Sellers here to level 42.
Yeah, just remember that the experience numbers you see, you get double because we have the experience icon. And yeah.
And that's also where you use your remainder of the rods you have. Like, Sellers is a little bit too weak with her magic stat right now. As soon as we get some couple, like, as soon as we get a couple level ups here, she's gonna strong enough to use Ice too.
Well, X-Codes, that's the thing though. Like, there's a chance that if you didn't have Vanish on Edgar, that he would miss Doom on himself. So it is kind of circumventing that, but it's very minor, so it doesn't really matter.
Or the other thing you could do is just you kill him somehow on another way, though.
He could use Breaker or something. Yeah, I mean, it same difference really. It really just becomes a glitch when you bypass immunity with it, like for real. So yeah, it's still worth pointing out though. And that's just like, I mean, you can take this game and literally every 2 minutes you can say, it's broken here, it's broken there, it's broken here, it's broken there. It's kind of fun to do.
Elixirs are here, okay, just put them to the top. Okay, she stays invisible.
We do use...
Yeah, I use Zone Seek
to increase our magic power quite significantly. Again, as a frame of reference, characters have between 30 and 40 magic power, depending on if they are, well, naturally talented in magic or not. And every level up that we get with Zone Seek gives us 2. So, since we get about 20 levels here, we're going to get just flat out double the 40 magic power on top of what we already have, which is insane, pretty much.
So that was the Mantodia fight. They are weak to fire, and the Reach Frogs are weak to ice. Unfortunately, I run out of fire rods, so... And Celis is not quite strong yet to actually one-shot the Mantodias with the fire too. And you see why I'm invisible here. So, like, these enemies, probably right now not anymore, but... at the start of the grind, the enemies would probably one-shot me, so I wouldn't be vanished. More Mantodias. This is also why I did the reset, kind of, at the start of the World of Ruins, because you kind of if you keep your steps up, you get a lot of Reach Rock encounters in here, because you see, like, the Mantodias give you 1,000 gold. The Reach Rock encounter gives you 10,000 gold, so yeah, that's quite something. And at the end of the grind here, we need 73,000 gil at least. So hopefully we get some more Reach Rocks, and hopefully we end up with 73,000 gil at the end.
Hey, I mean, frogs are delicious, so they sell for a lot. It makes sense.
Yeah, the insects here don't have money with them.
Nobody wants to eat insects. Come on, dude.
But I still get a lot of Mantodias though. Oop, I solo target. Oh, overkill. You see, I deal 9,999 damage already at this point, but well, against these enemies. So well, the later enemies in and Kefka's Tower have more magic resistance as well. One more level, by the way, and oh, that needs to be a Reach Rock fight though. I have 62,000.
I mean, you could just like keep going and until you have enough money. Really, like it's not an issue if you're too high level. I don't think.
I mean, I could also revive Edgar and Setzer here to give them also a little bit of experience. But technically not necessary, but I think I'm gonna do it just for making it a little safer. There's no more bosses coming up where your level matters, like the question mark pearl or something. So this is not the issue anymore.
And we did just get Ice 3, which if you saw us dealing max damage with a tier 2 elemental spell, you can imagine what Ice 3 does right about now. So, yeah.
I'm gonna do one more fight just to have more money, because 73,000 is exactly tight enough that you can buy everything you need. But I wanna be a little safe for like having more Phoenix Downs and everything.
That's reasonable, for sure. And we get froggies.
Yeah,
Hooray.
that's good. Also, you see Ice 3 this way. We're gonna see this spell a lot, though. Not even anybody gets a level up, though. Okay, so we definitely have enough money now, hopefully.
Yeah.
Come on, come on, go away.
Alrighty, so, we did the level grind, so right now we are technically ready.
Yeah. Now we're gonna pick up Mark, by the way, so...
Yeah, so the naming should be close right now, for sure. But we're technically ready to go into the final dungeon. However, there's a couple quick pickups we can do that will make it so that we can speed up that final dungeon quite significantly. First and foremost, we're going to grab our little Moogle friend Mog. And the reason we're doing this and go out of our way in order to do this is that Mog has a very special relic he can equip that we get while we collect them as well, which is called the Moogle Charm. Now, you know how the Charm Bangle halves your encounter rate? The Moogle Charm makes it so you don't get any encounters at all, but only Mog can equip it, so... But it's definitely well worth the detour right here. Additionally, Mog is kind of a strong character, as well, and he will definitely help out. His level will get average, just like every party member we will recruit right now, so he's going to be kind of helpful in one or two upcoming boss fights. One, I believe. Yeah, one. So there is that as well.
Yeah, we're gonna quote-unquote abuse this magic block thing for the final boss. That we get a lot of defense with Edgar, and he hopefully carries me through the final boss fight with that.
Yeah, so we have been alluding to it once in a while, and we have been working on it, or the final boss setup, for quite a while now as well. But we keep collecting items that give us the magic block, or magic block stats, which is like, well, you would think, okay, so you can block spells better. That's pretty nice, but I mean, there's a lot of things that can still hit you physically, or so you think. The thing is, in this game, the coding went slightly wrong with this game. Can you believe it? It's NES game where the coding went slightly wrong? I don't really, but I mean, yeah. So not only does Magic Block make you able to block magical-based attacks that are blockable, there are some that are not, but yeah. It also works for the normal physical stuff. So.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I need the Mog name. Is it still Couch?
Yes, it is still
Alright.
Couch, so thank you very much for noting.
Right. So, to pick up real quick to finish the thought, Magic Block also works for normal evasion. So evasion effectively in this game doesn't do anything for you. It's all based on your Magic Block stats, and if you just stack it up to the maximum, then you can literally block almost every attack. So you are literally invincible. And what we're going to be trying to do for the final boss fight is that we will equip as much as Vultus mentioned, as much magic block as possible on Edgar, and then we're going to give him the True Knight Relic, which protects party members that are low HP. We're going to have the rest of our party in low HP, and well, Edgar should pretty much block everything for everybody, more or less. There's unfortunately a couple of things that are unblockable / AoE, so we might have to deal with that, but if we get lucky, we don't actually have to see those. Okay,
now we pick up 7, and yes, this The characters are now not level 43 because Zealous is 42. It is based on your level average of my party.
Yeah.
So, which is 42, 19, and 19, and I have no idea what that is, but it's something around 25 or something, because I think they, like, Mox joined at level 26 now.
Yeah. Yeah, so everything, whenever you pick somebody up in the World of Ruin, it gets averaged. Like, he or she gets averaged.
So we pick up 7 right now, and didn't do that earlier, because as I said, earlier we would be level 20 or 19, and now he's gonna be level 26 or something like that. I don't know exactly.
One nice thing about waiting until you have Mog in your party to go here is that with the Move with Charm you can avoid all encounters in this place, which can be quite dicey if you're only Celeste, which they can petrify you, so that would be not so nice. Which we avoid fully by just having Mog in our party.
Yeah. It's a timed event, so... Okay, Slam is back in our party.
Yeah, and Sabin is one of the easiest pickups you can do, really. Like, there's plenty of characters that you could pick up right now. Like, first and foremost, who would be interesting for a speedrun would be somebody like Terra, who already regrinded, has high magic power, but her pickup takes quite a while, so unfortunately we're going to circumvent that. Sabin has his blitzes, and that's actually quite a good thing to have. Blitzes are innately very, very powerful, so that's one of the big reasons we pick him up right here. He's going to be quite helpful in dealing damage in a lot of instances, but in order to actually fully unlock his power, we'll have to make another small little stop here. So there's two ways for Sabin to learn blitzes. One is to just level him, and you'll learn them naturally, and then you can just give him or teach him all the blitzes by visiting his master, who he thought was actually dead, but he's not quite dead, so he's going to teach him all the moves he knows, which of course includes the ultimate move, Bum Rush.
Yeah. Bum Rush is one of the moves we gonna keep spamming during the final dungeon, and I hope the frame rate is stable enough that you actually see it, because it flickers a lot when you use that move, so...
He got revived by the end of the world. I mean, how does that work? Yeah, Bum Rush is very, very strong, so we don't actually have to level 7 or anything. He'll just be naturally really powerful for what he has, really, without any support, mostly.
I mean, as Mega said already, he would learn Boom Rush by himself at some point, but I think he needs to be level 70 or something.
Something ridiculous, yeah.
So it's pretty damn high, so, well, now he just learns this move here for free, basically, and he's level... still haven't checked his level, but I think he's level 26 right now.
some high 20s.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Mog also learned Bum Rush. He was watching. And was like, yeah.
Now we're gonna pick up Gogo, and he learns Bum Rush as well.
Yeah. So there's two hidden characters. Well, mostly hidden characters in this game. And one is actually hidden. The other one you might not really understand due to translation, that you're supposed to talk to him with a certain character. But yeah, there is Umaro, which you can recruit with Mog, which is kind of the character that controls himself. And then there's Gogo. And Gogo is a mimic. And mimics are pretty good, especially in this game. So the way we're actually going to pick him up is there's this little island here where the Zone Eater is. And the Zone Eater can do one of two things. Either cast Demi, or hopefully not too often, or he can suck you in and eat you. He must think you're a frog or something. I don't know. Yeah, if your whole party gets eaten, then you actually spawn in a dungeon, which I don't know how you're supposed to find out about this, but that's how it works. And this is kind of like a bonus dungeon, if you will, I guess, but definitely not connected to the main story. But Gogo is the character you can recruit here. And the reason mimics are so good is that Gogo has access to all abilities of all characters, which is actually kind of insane. And you can choose to use 3 of them. You don't have to use fight item with him. He has mimic naturally selected, but the rest you can choose for yourself, which is great. The one drawback to Gogo is that he cannot actually learn magic or equip espers, which means he doesn't get any stat boost. That doesn't make him any very, very terrible though, unless you go for absolute high-end endgame stuff now. Or stats. You also don't want to fall down here too often.
I know, I know, yeah. You will want to fall down once because there's the red vest, I think.
Yeah, the red jacket.
A red jacket. That you want to pick up. And there are other times you... I tried also to take the fake mustache, but I don't need it.
There's only one stash in this round, and we don't get them anymore.
Okay, so with that, I guess we can close on Gogo's name, which is probably still the same one.
The crazy donation of $240 for the name of Syl for Gogo. That is just SYL.
Alright, we're gonna pick up here the Thunder Shield, which is kind of important, and it's the only shield the only elemental shield we pick up. And we're gonna use it, we break the shield at the end.
Yeah, the elemental shields do have pretty good defense and absorb, of course, the corresponding element, which is very nice. And they also have some magic evasion, so they are pretty neat to have. The problem is most of them are really out of the way. This is the only one you can reasonably pick up in a speedrun, which is very unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Alright, we're gonna just support out here. The last warp stone we have as well. Okay, so one final shopping. That's why we got all the money earlier in the grind. So one final shopping, one final adjustment with my characters, and then we're gonna enter Kefka's Tower from here on. Alright, so I need a lot of money for the pearl rods, as I said. So we don't need this anymore.
Yeah. So as strong as we made Celeste, she is but one character, and the way the final dungeon works, we've mentioned that a couple times already. You split into 3 parties, and all the parties have to fight bosses. So unfortunately, we can't just cast Ice 3 on literally everything that gets in our way. We'll have to have some sort of other way to deal damage with other characters. One of those ways is to break Pearl Rods, because that will pierce the weakness of a boss, and it's going to be a pretty nice way of dealing with that one relatively quickly. So that is pretty much all the money, or what you collect all the money for. Other than that, it's just some minor gear stuff that we need. Really not that important, but definitely handy. And then we also want to buy a couple consumables to be absolutely safe in order to not run out of stuff like Phoenix Downs or potions in the tower. So, and that will be pretty much all the preparation we need to do.
Okay, a couple of revivifies as well, that's the backup just in case. Yeah, rest I can go and spend on potions actually.
Yeah, so an important note is that we have been only encountering ninjas as enemies that we can't run away from, right? The tower has a couple of very annoying enemies that you can't run away from, which you would need to kill in order to, well, get away from that battle. If Vultus did everything correctly though and stayed on Step Road as he should have,
I gotta reset once more.
We shouldn't be seeing... Oh, you reset beforehand? Well, fair enough. The point remains, we shouldn't be seeing any of those, hopefully. So, if everything is set up correctly, that should work out just fine for us. If you were to see enemies you can't run from, you would have to do some bad things to them, and it could actually potentially wipe you, so definitely want to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Okay, Gogo's in back row, right? Yeah. Alright, off we go. Here we go. Oh, I landed next to the tower. That's not what you do. That's what you do. So yeah, we only... Technically you could make... No, now we're gonna make parties again, as Meg has said. And, well, you could go, obviously, with way more characters into this. But you need at least 3, as I stated already. And, well, this is the absolute minimum we need for the speedrun in this case. We take this, like, we have now 2 characters per party, though. Come on. 27, by the way. 7. Okay, so every party now does a different segment of the Kafka's Tower. The easiest one is obviously the party with Mog, because he has the Moogle charms, and they don't get any encounter though. Okay, but we're not gonna start with him, because he is the only character that has a block path though. So we start with 7's party, so 7 and Gogo. I just set up 7 right before the tower, so... I'm gonna pick up a couple items here and there. So like this one. And if that's why I reset it again. Like if I did everything correct, I should not run into the B-mod encounter, which is unescapable. It's fine, I can waste a couple steps, not too bad.
You say that?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for my boy the Behemoth. Yeah, this tower has a ton of really good stuff in it. That's first and foremost what we just picked up. The Force Shield is one of the most ridiculous shields you can get in the game. Like, remember how Magic Block is absolutely nuts? Yeah, that one gives you a ton of it. And it also increases your magic defense insanely, and gives you auto shell, which like half your magic, the magic damage done towards you. The thing is, it won't auto-equip because it does have literally no actual defense, but it's just ridiculously good.
I need to force an encounter here, because if I go upstairs, there's the ninja variation of this dungeon. And if I would not waste a couple steps here, I would definitely run into that at this point. And you know, they're throwing fire squalls at Floating Continent? Well, here they're actually throwing ridiculous weapons that do like 5,000 damage or some shit like that. So
yeah, outsiders are no fun.
It's too far. Okay. So 7 has no weapon, but it doesn't matter much.
Insiders are definitely more fun. Right, so the main thing you want to always make sure, again, the big 4 relics while you run through this, obviously. And then you kind of want to be set up in a way where you, of course, like, equip every character to the max whenever you run around with them, just so in random encounters you don't get accidentally destroyed by something. They shouldn't really get many turns anyways, but yeah, it's definitely a good protection to just like fully equip them.
Yeah, this dungeon has a lot of item switching around.
Yeah. Oh, we wasted more steps there.
Yeah, it's fine though,
Yeah.
I think. I got a save now, so... There are a couple save points in the tower here.
Yeah, the save points are pretty unfortunate for the most part because they are pretty in weird spots. I would say you get one immediately and then you don't get one for quite a while actually. It's a bit weird, but yeah.
Here's a boss fight. So we have seen this already, but it's a re-skin basically. And he's way more dangerous.
Oh yeah. Inferno doesn't have a lot of HP, but boy oh boy can he end your day. He has a lot of very bad AoE attacks, but first and foremost, he knows how to petrify your party, and he has guaranteed petrify, so if he hits, he petrifies you. Again, he doesn't have a lot of HP, so it should be fine as long as we're way tracking and paying attention, but he can...
The thing is, like, if Edgar dies right at the start of the fight, which can happen, then, well, have fun weight tricking, it's not gonna work.
Yeah. We're equipped that we should block quite a big amount of actual abilities, but at the same time, sometimes you just get unlucky. Or so I've heard. I don't know. I wouldn't know about getting unlucky personally.
Alright, we good.
Yep.
And Edgar didn't even die.
Yeah, this guy just has 30,000 HP, not that much, considering...
Technically, if you have a rod left over, you can just throw a rod here with Edgar. And you only use 3 ice. 3 ice 3.
Yep. Easy enough, though. Easy enough. I think at this point, Edgar doesn't quite have the amount of magic block he's gonna have at the end, but I'm not 100% sure because I haven't run this in a while.
He's gonna have 121 in the end.
Yeah. Dark Force.
Yeah, I run this tower a couple times now, so I knew this is gonna be like, if I got an encounter in this room, it's not gonna be a outsider.
Huh?
But I wasn't sure about this one actually.
I was about to say, that actually changes the formations you're going to get for the next parts, I think. It should anyway, so enjoy that. Or, I mean, I don't know. I think we should be through the worst part though, yeah.
Yeah, we're done with the outside part mostly. And
Yeah.
Mog doesn't get any encounter because they have the longest, probably the longest path to run, but that's why I set them here.
Indeed. Fixed dice. Great weapon.
Yeah.
Hopefully we
Fantastic
don't have to
weapon.
see that. Hopefully we don't have to see that, but yeah. Great weapon.
So what does it do?
So the fixed dice are actually kind of special. Usually a weapon scales of your attack power, right? Like, makes sense. The fixed dice, however, they are a bit different in that it's a weapon for sensor, go figure. And if you attack with it, it will literally roll dice, and depending on what the dice rolls are, you'll do a fixed amount of damage. So it can range from literally nothing to max damage if you are, you know, lucky or unlucky. So it's kind of a special weapon in that way. Obviously doesn't go through defense or anything like that, so if you are having trouble with something, I mean, it's a decent enough way to try to deal some damage, I guess. I hope we don't have to see that. There is a chance we have to, but we'll see.
Yeah. I don't want to see it though.
There's, interestingly enough, like this category, again, we said it's pretty much the Japanese definition of like glitchless, with like how you are not allowed to do Joker Doom and all that. And the main reason we adopted this definition more or less is that the Japanese speedrunning community for this is actually super creative, especially in this game. There is a ton of routes out there, like recruiting characters like Locke or Shadow for the World of Ruin are amongst those, or using the fixed dice as your main damage. Stuff like that. It's like crazy things that they came up with and actually ran with, even though they didn't, or they know those are not the fastest routes. That you can just get like super creative in how you approach the end game, which is really, really fun to actually observe. Like one thing with the fixed dice is you can get a relic that lets you attack 4 times per turn, and then you obviously use the fixed dice 4 times. You have a pretty decent chance of getting high damage. But yeah, I mean, moving on here, we're kind of making our way through, fighting the next boss. Can you guess what the strategy for this boss is?
It's a pretty deep thinking strategy we have to do. Well, the only thing new to this, or not new, but the thing you do here is you're gonna slow this boss, so he's not gonna be that fast and spams.
Yeah. Guardian is actually a pretty nasty boss because, well, you could find this thing earlier in Vector and it would just kick you out of the city. You couldn't defeat it. Now it's right here and it has 60,000 HP. That's a lot of HP. And Guardian slowly changes his battle scripts throughout the battle. It will start to mimic bosses you've already seen before, including things like Ochos. And you would think, Ochos, weak? No, let me tell you, not weak. Not weak at all. Like, his tentacle attack might still kill you if you get to see that here, even though we are kind of on a level where it really shouldn't matter to us. So this guy can get quite dangerous if you give him too much time, but with slow applied, that's never going to happen, so we should be good here by just casting Ice 3.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna... Edgar's gonna unequip the force field in the end here.
An interesting side effect of like unequipping stuff in battle is you get all the strong things from equipping new stuff, but you don't actually lose stuff like auto shell, for instance. As you can see, Edgar's still blinking, so he still has shell on, which is kind of interesting.
I need my pearl rods. I wanna have them at the top here. I didn't manage to do that in battle though. Okay, that's basically what we need. Now Celes gets the force shield and Edgar gets the thunder shield here.
Yeah. So for this next battle, we want Celes to be as protected as possible, because she's going to be very essential, and the boss doesn't play nice sometimes, so you know, make sure that nothing happens to her.
Okay, so the first... we have to fight these statues now, and the first one you're gonna fight is the Poltergeist. And, well... yeah, the strategy is really unique for this fight. We spam Ice 3.
Yeah, but you also have to dodge attacks this time, like actually.
Yeah, he has one annoying attack. I actually did not prepare for that, and let's see it doesn't happen, hopefully.
Yeah, this guy has a wide variety of stuff that is really annoying, including stopping your party. So we really don't want to see
that. That's the stop. Like you could use Unicorn here on Edgar to prevent stop or release stop characters. Well, there we go. But I think it missed.
Bing. Yep, it did. it wouldn't matter on Edgar anyway.
Yeah, it would not matter. Like, Edgar's not doing anything in this battle.
There's that, yeah.
Except sitting here and help me for ATB wait.
Exactly. And if he gets stopped, if a character gets stopped or frozen, you can still input commands with that character, interestingly enough. So there is that. So you could still wait trick. Wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
Looks like a pretty reasonable fight. This guy can also use like tier 3 spells and stuff, and if they hit, they hurt, but so far so good, smooth sailing. That's how we like it.
Alright, this is the easiest one of the 3 big bosses, for sure.
Indeed. Well, it's pretty much the reason is you have Celeste here, but yeah, for sure. We get the Aura Lands, which is useless. But
We're gonna equip it on Mog though, but not really. We not do that on purpose.
Hey, it's the Aura Lands. It's great. Right, so that pretty much concludes Celeste and Edgar's adventure. And now, well, the other 2 parties will get to do the same adventure against different bosses. Now the good thing is we have a save point right here, and since we did this first and we can switch every time, what we can essentially do is just like whenever we want to save, we switch back to this party and we can save. Easy as that.
Yeah, that's what I gotta do now, so you're gonna see a lot of saving. I'm gonna move Mog in position, right before the boss here. Equip.
Yeah, so this could be the worst boss of all of them if certain things happen here. Well, additionally to the fact that we have the 2 weakest characters in this party, the biggest problem could be that this boss will eventually start blocking elemental damage one by one, and our way of dealing with the boss is pretty much that we are throwing Pearl Rods at him. If he blocks Pearl Element, we could be in a lot of trouble. So let's hope that doesn't happen. So the basic strategy here is we beefed up Mog slightly, and we have all blocking gear on Setzer, and Setzer is pretty much, since this boss counterattacks everything you do, Setzer is pretty much just gonna keep Mog alive by throwing potions at Mog. Wow, Mog actually blocked something.
Yeah, he blocked when I just input this already.
That's crazy. Right, but we have pretty much the exact amount of Pearl Rods we need, so we just need to watch out that Pearl Element doesn't get blocked.
Yeah, that's why you have to fix dice, by the way, for this boss,
so, yeah. The backup for like Pearl getting blocked would be to equip the fixed dice and hope for good rolls. That's literally all you can do at that point. Because you're not going to deal damage with other physical attacks or magic, really. It's just like, kind of like, alright, we're just gonna hope to get a good roll here, and that's that. It's going very nicely so far, though, I must say.
Pretty damn nice so far.
The less often you have to heal or see an animation, the better, obviously. You save a lot of time, actually, by not having to do that, and here we go. Doom's aura is shaking.
It comes right. Okay, I get another Pearl Rod in. That's good.
Yeah. So when he has the aura shaking prompt, his next attack is going to be the blocking one.
Alright, I give him get another one in before he does it.
Nice.
And he doesn't even do it.
Okay, he counter-cancelled it. Nice. That's very nice.
Yeah, he
Same
countered
principle.
me and probably cancelled the move.
Exactly. Same principle as with the first boss of the game. So, I mean, I mentioned it earlier already, but what you can do is if the enemy has a full ATB and a counter move, if you trigger that counter at a very precise timing, when he's supposed to attack, you can cancel out his move and the counter will override it. So what he did essentially there accidentally worked out quite nicely for him because we never got to see Force Field, which is great.
Yeah. As Mega said, it's a random magic block, so it can be everything. It can be poison, can be fire. Everything doesn't matter except Pearl, of course.
Right, and now we get Quasar. I mean, what?
We save. Nope, that's not the boss. That's the random encounter.
The last of the Triads is Goddess, and Goddess is pretty annoying for the most part. The one advantage you have here is you get a side attack on Goddess, which means you get to go first, no matter what happens, which is pretty nice. But Goddess uses the right array of mostly thunder-based attacks, but some of them are non-elemental, and Goddess has a chance that if you don't kill her fast enough, she can use a very devastating attack called Quasar, which might actually wipe you. So we hope that we don't see that, but it could happen. I don't know. Did I jinx it enough, or... Oh wait.
Yes.
I mean, come on. Come on.
Yeah, but yeah, we're gonna save before again.
Yeah.
Otherwise I would need to fight Doom again, so...
The main way to deal with this is just dealing enough damage into him.
And now we're gonna see the great move Boom Rush, so prepare your eyes.
Exactly. Exactly. So the way you input this is actually kind of complicated. You just like have to go around your D-pad once essentially, but whenever a diagonal input needs to be input, you can also instead just like go into the corresponding normal direction. So let's say you have up left, you can go either up or left in order for that to register for a diagonal input, which is kind of nice, the game. Of course you wouldn't know that unless you tried, but yeah. So
actually did a mistake, but I hope it doesn't matter much. Instead of Mimic, I pressed Blitz on Go-Go.
Quasar height, my dudes.
There's not really good way to ATB wait in this battle.
So, what is Quasar?
It's a weird looking attack, let me tell you that. It essentially just does enough damage to kill you mostly. But what it actually is, no idea.
I don't know. It looks like some quantum attack or something.
Yeah, it looks really weird.
It's probably what you see when you get sucked in a black hole or something. But we are good. We just did basically nothing. Except using Thunder or 2. And Go-Go has the Thunder Shield here. Very
nice. This is going way too well. I don't like it.
I don't like it as well, because the worst fight is coming up still, so...
That was a great tower. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Alright, so now we can start the Kefka fight. But we start the fight by putting all 3 parties on these platforms here.
Yeah, so now we need to do some final setup. The way the final battle works is that you get to choose the 4 party members you start with, but you can also bring in new party members whenever the party member doesn't live through the phase you just beat. So it's going to be 4 phases, and whenever a character dies and doesn't live at the end of the phase, you get replaced by the next one you choose. In a speedrun, obviously, we just want to have the 4 characters live all through the whole thing. And our characters are going to be Edgar, Celeste, Sabin, and Go-Go. For obvious reasons, they're just flat out the best ones we have. Yeah. So, and as mentioned before, we're going to set up Edgar in a way where he should be able to block everything for us. Celeste is going to be one of the main damage dealers, as well as Go-Go and Sabin are going to be trying to contribute with their bomb rush whenever they can. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, the problem is, the biggest, like, if you start the fight, you see we have like there's some dialogue coming up here with Kefka first, and then that's about 3.5 minutes here, and then the fight is about 10 minutes as well, if everything goes well, though. However, if the unlikely, hopefully unlikely scenario hits that I'm gonna die, I have to listen to all of this again here.
Yay!
Let's hope we're gonna make it. And I'm gonna try it once normally, since we're good in the estimate so far. I'm gonna do the normal strat. If I should die, then I'm gonna do the safe strat that got invented by the one and only D7. Yeah, we're gonna do a really nasty backup move here, phase 3, if I don't get it.
I'm sure it's gonna be just fine. No Murton or anything like that. I mean, come on.
Well, the worst thing that can happen is Meteor, of course.
That's on you. You jinxed that one.
Yeah.
Interesting fact about the party choosing, by the way. You can just like not select the character or your order, and it would literally take just like the order from the top to the bottom.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting.
So yeah, as I said, we get a little bit of dialogue here with Kefka. He's about, no, I'm gonna destroy every life, or something. Like the usual bad, evil guy stuff. So this, I need to focus a lot on doing this fight, so I'm not gonna talk much. I probably talk for myself a little bit, so I remember what I need to do. Okay, so what are you gonna change? So we're gonna take our characters, you know? We take Slam, Nikos, and Syl, and then the list automatically fills from top to bottom, what Mega said. So,
Yep.
now the next character is Celes on the list.
Good luck, my dude.
Okay, first thing, we're gonna haste Celes, so she also has haste on. And we kill the head with fire. You don't see the parts really well dying though, by the way. And this is Edgar's time to shine as well, because he's gonna use Break and Doom in this boss fight.
Yeah, so
Nice,
fortunately, nice. The left hand here is vulnerable to break. Easy way to get rid of it. And the head is vulnerable to fire, which is very nice. We can just use fire 2 for that, save some MP, and then we'll finish off the rest with ice 3 and bomb rushes accordingly. Now you do want to pay attention to what you kill here, because ending this phase, depending on what piece is last, it will do a counterattack. And, well, let me tell you, if you kill the wrong piece last, you'll see a Quake, and that's not very fun. So, you want to make sure that you kill the correct piece at last, because otherwise you'll die.
Okay, the shorthand here, so the behind part, that counts. It counters sometimes. Okay, there we go. Let's find those. I'm not. It is really bad if someone is dead during the phase transition, because they're gonna just get replaced, and that's what I don't want to see though.
Yeah, everybody's kind of here for a reason.
Alright, that's phase 1.
Nice.
Alright. So yeah, when the parts die, you don't see them actually disappearing. They stay on screen, and that's a little bit annoying, because you sometimes don't know if the part is dead already or not.
Yeah, so phase 2 is actually probably the most annoying one. There is a lot of parts here that can do a lot of annoying stuff, including bypassing your magic evasion, which would suck. But the opening was kind of nice here with Gravity Bomb, that's not that bad. We could have seen some worse attacks, so for now, we'll just focus on getting rid of all of the parts one by one. The middle one, fortunately, vulnerable to Doom. Let's hope it lands. We can mute the left one, which exclusively uses magic, which is very nice, and it landed as well. And then the rest is pretty much just we need to deal enough damage in order for them to die. You also want to do this one in a very specific order, because depending on what you kill last, you will get, again, a different final attack from them. So we want to make sure that we get a good one at the end here, and not something that kills us. So far so good, it looks actually perfect.
So yeah, you see Edgar's time to shine with the blocks. Hopefully though, the most important part's coming up with this blocking. Okay, this tiger died. So the next part I want to kill is the front guy, the blue guy that is sitting there. So I need to watch out to not spam Boom Rush here, because the magic part in the behind is muted, so he can't do anything basically. So it states that it tries something, but you see nothing is happening though. Ugh, okay, I probably just solo them down. Okay, here is the one why you want to have Edgar in this. So if the characters are low, they're gonna get protected by Edgar, and thanks to the magic block thing, he should block everything. So yeah, you see that 10 consecutive hits though, but it was pretty nice. Alright, you know you're done. The part, like, if this part dies, it regains its magic effect. Alright, there we go, it's dead. So, it dispels me, hopefully not Celes, that would be bad. Okay, it didn't. It would dispel the haste, though.
So far so good!
Alright, now the most dangerous part of this. Now I'm gonna really need all my attention for this, because you need to count damage for this phase here.
Yes. So phase 3 only has 2 parts to it, but very dangerous, as Vultus mentioned. We got the front part here, which is actually the one that will do all the attacking, and then we got the back part. Back part has only 9,999 HP, but can't be damaged by magic, so that's really annoying. The way to circumvent that is, of course, using Bum Rush in order to kill it. The reason you want to kill it before the front part is the back part would revive the front part if the front part dies first, so that would be really annoying. We got really good Bum Rush luck here, targeting-wise, so that went out without a hitch. And now the front part has 40,000 HP, and if you put it below a certain amount of HP, it will start using more devastating attacks. So what Vultus wants to do here, since we also want to set it up so that we don't get hit by his death counter, is damage it to a certain amount of HP, and then wait for a little bit, wait for the next attack, and then try to set up that we kill it in one fell swoop. With the additional thing that we do want to set up Phantom during this, because his counterattack before he dies is an attack that literally kills a party member instantly, and he can use it twice. So before we deplete all the HP, we want to make sure that we protect against that, and one way to do that is to have the Vanish status up, which will just entirely block it for us. So we'll just have to make sure that the runner has full focus here, everything goes accordingly, and
alright, now
we'll
comes the
fine.
counter move. This is important. Meteor. Shit.
Rip. It's on you, dude. It's on
Okay,
you.
I'm gonna recover this. Because you can revivify this part and heal it up again, so you get out of the meteor cycle. Alright, so that should do it.
Right, so Meteor is the attack he uses when he is below the HP threshold that you want him to be at before starting. Alright, that's on me. Yeah, the Meteor is the attack that he uses when he's below 20k. Which is really annoying, because it's literally neutral damage that is random, so it can just like flat out kill you if you are really unlucky. Or it might also just miss if you're lucky, but definitely something that you need to prevent of happening.
Okay, next try.
Right.
You have to Mega Elixir here after Merton because it restores also your meltdown status.
W win is not that bad. Alright. I guess we can give it a shot.
And again. I might start rasping.
This just in, streamer starts rasping final boss. I throw 2
what?
revive.
Another Meteor? I just...
Did he counter the Revivify?
Yes, he countered the Revivify with a Meteor. Just in case I do that again.
Fantastic, I love it. Sorry,
Well, okay. We're still alive though.
That's great! I love it! Oh, you're condemned? I would let that run out, and then... I mean, not if only one party member is alive, obviously, but... Yeah.
If he does something stupid, I'm gonna die anyway.
So we're going to switch to rat strategy.
Yeah, probably.
10 minutes of estimate, so we're gonna play it safe, right?
Yeah.
So what we're now trying to do, because this guy doesn't cooperate with us, there is a safe way of doing this, which involves casting a spell called Rasp. There is the Savin with the Pocket Gem. So every enemy in this game has also an MP pool. So they can only use spells as long as they have MP, right? And Rasp removes MP, or basically depletes MP from the enemy. So we'll just have to sit here, cast Rasp for a good while, deplete his MP pool, and then he can't counter us anymore. Then we're gonna be all good. You can see why this is a safe strat and not the actual strat. It will take quite a while for this to actually deplete his MP pool, but, you know, it's better than dying. So
Good thing you're here, because you need to help me out a little bit. I don't know how often I have to use that though.
Whenever you don't rasp anything anymore, he's done.
Oh, that was Go-Go.
Like, Rasp will only deplete MP as long as there is MP to deplete, so when you see 0, it's 0.
So here, this prevents him from Meteor me, that's why we do this.
Yeah, an interesting side effect of MP, by the way, in this game specifically, is some enemies... Wow, rude, condemn. Some enemies actually die if you deplete their MP pool, which is weird, but I guess that works. I don't know. Strange, because I haven't heard or seen that anywhere before this game, after this game, very rarely, but yeah, you can deplete MP to kill enemies here, which is interesting. Doesn't work on bosses, unfortunately.
So it's only reasonable to rasp with Salas here, because she has the rasp damage, or the rasp drain, depends on your magic stat as well, and well, only Salas has a reasonable magic stat here.
May I come in with a quick announcement?
Well, as long as we're rasping, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I just need to sit here and do this for a little moment, so...
Okay, so we have a little bit of... So, real quick, I am to let you know that we're going to be cutting off Cloud's naming incentive as soon as Final Fantasy VI ends. So if you'd like to get your donation in for that, that is going to end probably, hopefully, relatively. So let's see. what is the current name for Cloud? Currently, Skunky with $65 for Cloud is in the lead, so if you'd like to have another name, that is the number to beat, or you could also solidify.
So he has quite lots of magic. He I don't know, like 20,000 MP or something. So I need to do that 20 times or so.
You can mix in an Osmos to get Sol's MP back. I don't know.
Yeah, he really didn't want to let me kill him normally, so...
Yeah, so a counter chance is about 50%, and he got countered every single time, which is really annoying, but it is what it is, really.
Okay, he's not enough MP for Condemn, but I don't know if he's completed the depleted now, so...
Better be safe than sorry, man.
I'm gonna use it one more time to...
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know the exact MP values Medio needs.
I drain once more. I don't know if it really shows the number or not at some point.
Is there a donation incentive to throw an elixir at him? I don't know, we could make one real quick. How about $10,000?
Yeah. Okay, I think he's out of magic now.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. You get to go.
Okay, so now when when I use Ice 3, he's maybe countering still with Meteor, but he probably he's out of magic now. Yeah.
No, he has no MP left.
I don't know if he still does the calmness thing, so...
Oh yeah, he does, yeah.
I better
think so.
Still vanish, though. That's what you have to do anyway.
Yeah. So you put on Vanish because Calmness is the final attack he uses once or twice, and that will instantly kill your party member. And it's physical, though, fortunately. So you can just block it by having Vanish on. Alright, we got past it all the same. And now we just don't have to mess up, and we're good. Like, the final phase is relatively straightforward. Just don't get ultimate. That's the hot pro tip, really. But yeah.
Yeah, this is a lot of ATB waiting here, and you need to be. That's quite tight window here.
Just don't get unlucky. I mean, you're not wrong. Actually, one of my favorite ways of me finishing a glitchless run was getting ultimate. That was pretty fun because I lived with like 10 HP. Alright, so this is the final boss, so we're literally going to throw everything we have at him. Bum Rush, of course, one of the main ways we deal damage, but we're also going to break our shield for additional damage, the Thunder Shield that is, and so on and so forth. It's pretty much just about giving yourself as many turns as you possibly can, and then knowing exactly what he can do. So we want to have Celeste at full HP if we can at all times. We're going to use Runic ones to absorb a potential attack that might kill one of our party members. And then it's just like go all out.
Okay, I unequipped the Thunder Shield already, so now we're gonna throw that thing.
The good thing is you can actually mimic breaking items or throwing items, which is pretty fun. It doesn't actually consume an item, which is great. It's great. How that works, I do not know, but it works.
We did it, pretty much. I got the Ice 3 in. There we go. Oi, that was something.
GG.
2 minutes on
Nice.
S, man.
Yeah.
So
Well done, my dude.
if you're too slow, he uses an attack called Goner, which does about 2,500 damage to everybody. So Magi/Sellers would survive it, pretty much like 99% of the time, and then she can still throw the ice tree. But yeah.
Yeah. After he garners, he pretty much also has a chance to counter with Ultima. Not fun. not good.
Oy. We did it. I'm glad I did not die to the final boss.
Yeah, well done. Nice run.
Alright. Thank you everybody for the GGs, and thank you for having me in the marathon. I really did not expect to get a 6-hour run into this, so I got really surprised when I submitted and I got actually accepted for this. Shoutouts to Sabin for for the rest. Alright, and with that, big thanks to my commentator Magus that he helped me out a little bit.
Anytime, dude. My pleasure.
For the 6 hours here, it's quite something. Thanks for everybody else. Yeah, the outro of the game is really long, like 20 minutes. So I think we're gonna. I switched to the setup screen, and I hope the person next after me is ready for the run. So thanks for having me. I'm gonna have another run on Friday. It's Secret of Evermore. It's shorter, so yeah. So I'm gonna be back on Friday. All right. With that, I switch the scenes and I mute everything, I guess, so we can switch ready and whenever. So we go.
I played the next 3 streamers ready. Just let them know in the chat, on the Discord chat.